Yo. What's going on? There's no such thing as the curse of plunge. That's not a real thing, guys. The curse of plunge, well, and even if it was a real thing, I'd be immune. I'd be completely immune to it. Legendary spear making stream or a legendary spear making stream? I think it's actually both. It's both. It's not one or the other. Maybe it's one or the other, but I don't think so. Imagine not having the spear. Well, fortunately, I can imagine that now, but soon I will not be able to imagine that. So it's only a temporary state of affairs for me. Okay. Log in world versus world. Well, maybe. But we have got to make the spear. The stalling is done. All right. After not playing this game for 2 years, there's too many French. Interesting. Guys. Incredible. All right, let's play. I'm doing pet battles. All right, that's content, right? Need to add that to Guild Wars too. We need pet battles in Guild Wars. All right, to the Borderlands we go. The Master of the Spirit is crafting it? Oh, yeah, I mean, well, probably anyway. Or at least I've got most of it. I'm pretty sure I've got everything. I think I just need to... I might have to sell some stuff and move some things around, but yeah, broadly speaking, I'll have everything. Like, I need these, the Shards of the Homestead, but I've already, obviously, you know, I can buy the remaining ones, but I can actually craft them very easily. I have enough of the materials just to craft these. I thought these were going to be a lot more expensive than they actually are. And I'll need to get some of the shards, too, but these are obviously not too bad as well. Yeah, they're only like 3 gold each. Need 100 of those. And I can just do the hearts as well. How much gold have I got? I have 475 gold. Yeah, I have plenty of gold. I can just sell stuff. Easy. Easy sales. Yo. I like that, Wandering Peanut. I like the attempt there. I like that you've converted the yo into 3 fish as well. That's a good call. It's a good call. Yeah, here we are again. We're back. We've got 2 tags here on EB. What on earth is happening here? Some madness. We've got to get in there quickly though, because wait, the Lord is... I think the Lord is dying. We've got to get in there now. He's down for Wing 8. Okay, well we have to get him Sarah CM as well. We have to do we have to do everything that we possibly can to allow Mike to quit the game. Like, he needs to be free. And I think that means we're going to have to get Saris. We're going to have to do Wing 8 as well. We must not allow Mike to be broken. Here we go. We RMT and get him banned. I like that. That's a good strategy. I can get behind that. I do think getting Mike banned would be good. And I think that would do it. You know, if he got banned, I don't think he would, you know, the loss of his main would probably make him quit the game. So we could make that work, I think. It is. We're back. We are so back. Here we are in World versus World. Probably not a lot of World versus World going on this week, but we'll do some in the wonderful month of December. Very exciting. World vs. World Resident Sleeper. Jester. You can't say World vs. World Resident Sleeper. World vs. World is the opposite of Resident Sleeper. The most hype game mode. Look, this guy says he likes New World, but he doesn't like World vs. World. That's insane, bro. New World is basically World vs. World. It's the same game. Yeah. Worlds will become good when you have the 90 extra XCD. I mean, it does help. It definitely does make it a lot more fun when you can actually play the game. I think the green team is going to come and smush us. This is going to be quite difficult to take over, I think. Because they're just infinite reinforcements. They're infinitely just surging back in. Can we get a pull? Dude, my pull just didn't hit. It's over. Why is there no in-game music? I turn off my pre-stream music, and look what happens. Now there's nothing. Where are my tunes? Perma Boon and billion red circles. I mean, that is true. You don't have... That definitely is a little bit different. I feel like Jester just wants to gank. Maybe you should become a roamer. You should start roaming. Start playing Shadow Arts Thief. And then boom, there you go. Or Willbender. Play some Willbender. Here we go. I'm running away. We kind of got him there. The green team got killed. The bad news is I'm also getting killed. I have to leech some healing from this orange tag. I thought we need our other... Okay, our other tag is now moving in, so reinforcements are arriving. That's the good news. I think we're slowly dying. It's hard to say, though. Ooh, that's a rough immobilize for me. Run away. PB server, you also get their shit. Yeah, exactly. It's full loop PvP. But what happens when you die, Jester? When you die, the enemies will feed on you. They'll take your materials. You've been, like, gathering a, you know, a tree or something. There should be consequences for losing. I mean, look, there should be... Maybe there should be social consequences for losing. We should put Sneb in charge of World vs. World. Sneb should be the true owner of the World vs. World product. Let's fire Roy and get Sneb in there. And then if you ever lose a fight, you just get shamed. Like, Sneb appears and just looks disappointed. And that's the punishment for losing. Ow. I think I actually might be done for here. Maybe not. I am doing a good job of leeching healing from the orange tag. I quite like this. I would say this is going well. This is kind of a crazy fight, actually. Look at this. We've got blue in here as well. Is orange tag going in? Oh, orange tag kind of didn't go in. I'm dead. I thought... Oh, no, I lived. I thought orange tag was going to go for it. Because now we're getting sandwiched, right? Like, this is the problem, is that blue and green are now attacking orange tag, which is kind of bad. Because orange tag can definitely defeat them on their own, like one at a time, but at the same time, that might be a little bit too much. Here we go. Boom. Yeah, exactly. Every time you die, there's just a clip of Sneb flaming you. No, it's a clip of Sneb saying you're the problem. Like, that's the clip. Just plays that. Boom. Okay, we have reinforcements now. This is big. Reinforcements inbound. Beer Union. Here on the Firebrand, leading orange tag to victory. I can join purple tag. Here we go. Led by generic... generic name spelled incorrectly. Very nice. That's perfect. There's maybe even a hint of irony to that name. As in fact, in their quest to be generic, they failed to do so by creating something, in fact, rather novel. Your character becomes a slug until you redeem yourself. And that would also be good, but that kind of implies that if you're a slug, you're not redeemed. Are we saying that Sneb is not currently redeemed? He's not a gift card. The backseat air that came out for League of Legends, they have Tyler 1's voice. I can imagine Sneb AI for Guild Wars 2 that berates you for not having boon uptime. See, that's the kind of content that we need in this game. Like, someone's got to actually make that. They get like a Blish HUD plugin that just, you know, there you go. If you drop below a certain boon uptime, you get called out by some AI version of Sneb. You had me at firing Roy. You know, Gruby Sismek is one of these people who I have no idea why he even associates with Guild Wars 2 in any way. Because, context here, this individual despises Guild Wars 2, guys. Like, genuine hatred. They are a hate watcher of the game. And I don't really understand that motivation, to be honest. I do not understand the concept of hate watching. I actually don't. In an ironic sense, I could get it, but in an unironic sense, I simply do not have the ability to comprehend it. Yeah. I can just eat that. Yeah, that's fine. We're good. We're good. I think this fight is going well for us. Yeah, it is. It is, in fact, going extremely well for us. Nice. His own AI backseating him. I mean, I guess the question was, how accurate was it? Was it actually good at identifying potential mistakes? Or was it just kind of... was it giving, like, very vague answers? I only hate watch unhinged WoW streams. Well, that I can understand because I force you to craft my gear all the time. And you know what? That's fair enough. I don't, I can see where that motivation is coming from. But no, I actually do admit this. Like, I am a little bit fascinated with Guild Wars 2 hate watching. I imagine it is the same for all MMOs. In fact, it definitely is. Probably for all games. I'm sure there are people who hate watch all games. But I would, man, I find this entire concept to be unbelievably interesting, right? It's kind of like, you know, it's a little bit like Reburox, right? Like the guy who makes the, basically Guild Wars 2... You know, he claims to be a big fan of Guild Wars 2, but then he just, like, you know... Yeah, maybe not, but I think something like that is super interesting. I wish I could actually talk to these people. But the thing is, they'll never talk to me. This is the worst part about it, guys. I'm denied content. I'm denied the ability to interact with the Guild Wars 2 Hate Watch Brigade because they'll never talk to me. There you go. Well, I mean, I do like the Prime, though. Like, you know, that's good. Like, you can hate watch the stream as long as you sub with Prime. Like, that's fair enough. That's, again, that's in the same way that Itsuki crafting my items in WoW. He's allowed to hate watch. You're also allowed to hate watch. Yeah. I want you to debate One Azeroth TV. I think we'd agree on most things. I like One Azeroth TV. I think his content is really, really interesting. I think everyone who's pugged Mythic Plus can empathize with the content that he creates and relate to it. Thanks for reminding me. Oh, is that all I've got to do? Remind people to subscribe for free with Twitch Prime? Goody. I love it. I love it. Let's go. What am I playing? I'm playing Guardian. Firebrand. Which monitor do you use? I have a ViewSonic Elite G-Sync monitor. I can't remember the exact model number. And weirdly enough, I was trying to... This is kind of why I've been talking about this on stream a little bit. Like, I'm asking Jess for some advice on hardware because I was just going to buy another one of these. Because I'm kind of in the market right now for another monitor because I want to be able to read YouTube chat and Twitch chat at the same time. A little bit easier. I've actually ordered a desk. I did make some use of the Black Friday sales. I've ordered some furniture, guys. Okay, I'm entering my furniture arc now. So get ready for that. But I'm getting a new desk, kind of refreshing my setup a little bit so I can actually, you know, read the chat a little bit easier and read YouTube and Twitch chat. So I need a monitor, though, to kind of complete that. Read the YouTube comments simultaneously. And, yeah, I was going to buy the same one that I already have, but it doesn't look like they make this one anymore. So I'm going to have to, well, you know, get a different one. Boom. There you go. But, I mean, that's not really the end of the world, is it? It's just that I don't really know that much about monitors, so I'm also not really in a rush because, you know, it takes ages for the furniture to get it. They've got to actually make it or whatever. Imagine that. They actually have to make the furniture. That's crazy. So I have a couple of weeks before anything actually starts to get over here so I can kind of take my time on this. Yo, Step in the chat. What's going on, bro? Non-Gloria Ferro, though, with a tier 1. Excellent choice. I respect not going for the Prime as well, you know. Like, you know, I said sub with Prime, then boom with the tier 1, which is, of course, the other option, which does indeed help out a lot. Really appreciate that. We're on a hype train now, guys. Let's keep the subs going, you know. Like, oh, boy, I'm excited, and you'd better be excited, too, for subscribing to the stream. Very hype. The hearts are so bad. Jester, you should never be doing hearts, dude. Like, you should never, ever, ever be doing hearts. Like, do you not know the technology? Oh, my God, dude. Jester doesn't know the technology. He actually is. He's fucking clueless. Yeah, this is not really going to go very well, is it? Yeah, I can't really fight I definitely can't fight that. He has blink now. Maybe we can do some shenanigans with some kiting, though. I need my heal skill. He's actually not out of combat, so if I can keep him in combat, that's actually good for me. He's over there. He's probably going to stealth at some point. There's the invis. Yeah. Oh, that's no good. He's got the healing fog. Yeah, this is not really a particularly good matchup here. Bit of a rough one, to be honest, guys. I don't understand why I'm not dead here. Run! Wait, I wonder if there's actually a... I think I die if I jump off, that's the problem. Oh, yeah. The guard healed, it's over. Huh. Not a fan, I guess. What stats do you have? I'm on. I think I'm on Minstrel right now. Oh no, I guess I'm on Celestial Firebrand. I'm actually on the wrong build. Let me swap to Minstrel. Yeah. Let's get in there. Give me Lieutenant. There, they want to organize the subs. Impressive. Yeah, you just got to rift, man. If you wanna get all of the hearts, and you just rift. That's the way to go. Oh, did they cap this? I'm not sure we can get in. Is it open anywhere? I think it's open. Ah, the catapults are here. Here we go. See, the guy was... This is kind of sad. The guy was terrified of dying on stream, so he played incredibly passively into a Celestial Zerg build Firebrand. Ah, world versus world. There's really nothing like it. Here we go. The EB music is too low energy. That's true. It should be way higher energy. It's shameless. Shameful, even. AFK music? Yeah. It should be like at least some combat music. You know, we need some action here, right? We need some content. But sadly, we'll be denied. Demote yourself to mold. I will never demote myself to mold. The Duel of Fates, indeed. That will be good, yeah. This is maybe not the best situation, is it? That's kind of going okay. Are we winning? I feel like we're winning. It's hard to say, though, isn't it? I think it's going quite well. The kills are landing. The kills are pouring in. Look at that. Lovely. Logged into Wing 8? I mean, what's wrong with logging into Wing 8? He's going to do some, you know, some kiting, you know, a little bit of Wing 8 kiting. What's wrong with them logging into Wing 8? Listen, okay? The Wing 8 is solved. There's no risk of leeches anymore. It's all good. There's no risk of leeches. Everyone there is clean, Planix. Edgester. Everyone's clean. This is pretty epic. Hang on, let me get out of here. I want to suicide real quick. I want to play my main a bit. It's time. EV music fighting a single crab in Janthir. I kind of like that, though. I like the fact that, you know, you battle a crab and it's completely epic. Oh, I need to transfer to EU, actually. I'm still on EU on NA on this account. Yeah, guys, we're going to dual box world versus world. This is the ultimate meme. Yeah, I need to come back to N. I need to go back to EU. We are going to the EU server. We're going on a vacation back to Ruins of Sirmia. Transfer's like mega fast now, by the way. It's actually insane. Like, I think it will probably already be done, which is actually quite hype. Because like back when the old system was in place, like a world transfer could take a while sometimes, but now it doesn't. It just immediately sends you over back to the original server. Well, the other server from whence you came. Let's log in. But yes, we are on NA. Because we had to do all of the crazy NA versus EU shenanigans. So it was pretty good. Yeah, there's a couple of things that we really should do, I think. We need to show people the way, guys. Yeah, look, so we're already in. How crazy is that? Side story achievements. That would have been nice, actually. I think that would have been a very good touch with this patch, was if they had added additional content to the existing world. That was definitely missing. That was missing, right? Is that if there were a couple of extra events added, that would have been really cool, I think. A couple of extra events added, especially to the more desolate areas in Janthir Sintry. That would have been really cool. If they'd added a couple of extra collections, like more lore and stuff, that would have been really nice, I think. Because I do think that this patch was somewhat imbalanced, you know, in the same way that usually, you know, there's not a lot of endgame content. I think this one actually kind of lacked the story content quite a lot. There was nowhere near enough story content added to it, which I think is unfortunate. No voice acting. Yeah, and I guess we don't really have an ETA on when that's actually being added as well. So we don't know exactly when they're going to be enabling the voice acting either. At Barra, yeah, they could have had some little lore. I get, it would have been interesting if they had. It would have been interesting if they had somehow made an open world version of the map too, that you could go around and do little quests in, as opposed to it just being an instance. But again, that would have been a lot of work. One event. Well, I guess the problem is that they're probably working on the new map, right? So I imagine a lot of the efforts they have on that are going into the new map. Right, so they don't, that might not, I'm not sure how realistic that is for them to do that. So I kind of understand it, I guess. But it's definitely unfortunate. I am no longer getting hearts from rifts. I got 17 and 19, I don't get any since, I'm at 3 and 5. I believe it's weekly. So you can only do 5 rifts per map. 5 rifts per map, yeah. Kill this yak. Oh, this is bad, actually. Is it oh, it's a Condi thief? Oh, boy. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a rough one. Yeah, that's, not really sure if we can fight this guy. Oh, no, hang on. There's also more. Well, yeah, this is looking bad. It's not looking good, guys. Yeah. That's why going for a stomp is bad, by the way. Is it worth doing hearts the slow way? I don't think so, no. I'm pretty sure it's good to do as, like, a weekly thing. It's good to do as, like, a weekly thing, for sure. I'm in queue, nice. Any of the currencies? Yeah. So it is a bit situational, I suppose. But, you know, another patch. Another patch coming up in Guild Wars 2 in how many days now? 87 days. Wow. 14 out of 14. It's like the achievement for doing all of the hearts 14 times. A new sellable legendary. I'm not a big fan of it being sellable. I mean, it's obviously good for the game. It generates revenue for the game. Like, that's why it's sellable. But I'm actually not the biggest fan of it. I would have preferred if it was actually a full thing that you have to do as a collection, and you... Yeah, and you just have to do it. Like, you can't... There's no way around it. That would have been definitely my preference, for sure. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Because I do like it when the, you know, the rewards are really special and they're kind of exclusive. What do you get if you get 14-14? I think it's mostly like an achievement thing. There's not really a lot going on there. Go Shark. Oh. Wait, what the fuck happened there? Why did that leap take me that way? That was weird. Not really attuned to have them, at least not as much. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I like it. I like it when you can't buy them with gold. That is my preference. Let's actually log out. I'm not going to take up a spot on this character. Attunes to 2 AP. Yeah, I guess it's because they have to be a little bit careful with adding more AP. Because if they add too much, then it just becomes, you know, you just have an infinite amount of AP, and they'd have to keep adding new rewards for it. They kind of went a little bit too hard with AP in the early days, I think, is kind of what happened. And now they've got to de-ramp it. They've got to somehow mitigate it. It's easier said than done. Deadeye did. Get me out of here. We Gormandize. Alright, let's get in there. Bit of a scuffed fight over here. Let's see, what are we doing here? Kind of need my elite elixir. Got a kill here. Unfortunate. Guess we can't really push. Oh yeah, multi-boxing is allowed. You're not supposed to do it in competitive, though. That's why I logged out. You're not allowed to... I don't think you're allowed to multi-box in World versus World or PvP. So I logged out. Yeah, we just have like some random clouding going on here now, guys. Some cloud gaming. Into pumping certain content? No. Thing is, the reward existing incentivizes it, right? Like, going for the spear incentivizes it. Like, I don't think you need to double down on it. I think that, like, the fact that people might... Because the thing is, you can do this anyway, right? Like, if you have materials... If you have materials for a legendary, people are going to farm it anyway to sell it to people who want it. So I think it already does that. You don't need to, like, make the final product sellable as well. There's not that much of a collection for this one, so I'm not gonna lie, there wouldn't be that much of a distinction between those two things. But I think it still exists, right? Like, the distinction exists still, in my opinion. No. Like, I would be in favor of making all legendaries more like Aurora, right? So you have to do a pretty involved collection in order to get them. Like, I think that's what you want. I think that's high tier. We're in a bit of a predicament here, aren't we? We can't seem to break out. We cannot break away. Doing content in my video game? No. I would never suggest that. Goodness me. Whoa, I like how this catalyst just went in. I respect that. That's epic. Epic gaming. Okay, we're starting to get a bit of a rebound here. It's time. Let's go. We push. Yeah, I like that you fire the sharks. You know, firing the sharks here is high tier. You guys tried. Let's get in there. Ooh. They want to go in. What build are you playing? It's like the Blood Harbinger build. Pretty high build, actually. Dude, blue got it. Blue was able to get it from green. That's hype. I like it. We can liquidate at map currencies for profit. I mean, you halfway make a convert Bible, which costs a lot of currency then. Ledger requires 10 ghostlies. Look, no. I look, this is the reality. Cool stuff in game should require you to actually play the game. I don't care. I don't budge on this. I don't actually give a shit about, oh, but, you know, it makes it like, oh, look, it incentivizes to play the game. No, look, okay, if people don't want to play the game, they don't want to play the game. Like, a reward is worthless if you can buy it, if you can just buy it outright, right? Like, it has no value. I'm in favor of designing systems that cause stuff in-game to hold value, and I believe that if you can just buy stuff, either with real money or with an in-game currency, it just dissolves that entirely. Yeah. If you want something, you just have to play the game. Like, there you go. Enjoy. 35k AP, 29 months from playing Core Warrior. I'm perplexed. I mean, look, I guess maybe a returning player. I mean, Core Warrior, you know, I can see that. I think there's worse things than Core Warrior. Karma had more sinks. It's interesting. I think Karma is one of those systems that, like, I think Karma is really interesting because it's one of those things that I think it didn't play out how the devs intended it to. I think the devs really kind of expected Karma to be kind of a big deal. It was going to be this end game currency that would have been kind of relevant for gearing and so on. Because, you know, for example, like a big part of Karma in the original game was that you could use it to buy exotic gear, right? You could buy exotic gear from the temples. And of course, you needed Karma in order to buy obsidian shards, right? This was like the big thing, right? Is like obsidian shards required Karma. Yeah. Is Core Necro the worst spec in PvE? I mean, Core Necro, it's definitely not great in PvE, that's for sure. There are better builds, that's for sure. Oh, dude, we got ourselves into a bit of a situation here, haven't we? Double Mesmer. Goodness me, that's going to be a rough one. Man, Mirage does a lot of damage, huh? Double Mesmer, man. Yeah. Spear is pretty good. Being able to buy it in the Wizard Vault is only worth 1,500 compared to Sunrise 2,500. Well, I don't actually think that I don't think the gold number is really that important. I think what's important about something really special is that it has the journey attached to it, right? Like the actual gameplay attached to it. You know, when you see someone who's got Aurora, you go, ah, yes. I remember that, right? I remember doing all the little quests and finding all the little things, right? Like all that kind of good stuff, you know? Like that's what I think, that's what you can kind of remember. about it. It's not really about the gold, how much gold you have to put into it. It's about like what the item itself represents within the context of the game. Like what I don't particularly like about being able to buy stuff is that you're in this situation where it becomes meaningless, right, within the context of the world, right? Like the item doesn't mean anything because you could have played it, or you could have just bought it, right? Like it really is as simple as that. I think that's kind of sad. You assume they're a degen? Wait, why? I mean, it's not that. I mean, because it requires raids. The collection on Coalescence it's all right, I guess. It's not the best one. All 3 legendary collect. Oh, you mean like if they have all 3 of them? I mean, yeah, I guess that's that's something, I guess. Did the spear got soaked by like a random pet. That's crazy. So I made it in 5 minutes with a starter kit. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it's actually that relevant when it comes to Gen 1s, because Gen 1s can just be bought. I mean, like, I guess you could say that it kind of devalues map completion, right? Like, because you can basically you can get a legendary without doing map completion if you simply buy it, which I think that, yeah, that's kind of always been the case. That's kind of always been around in the game, so I'm not sure if that's like anything particularly new or interesting, but yeah. Killed the precursor market long term. Well, I mean, yeah. The thing is, though, the precursors were weird, though, because they were so rare. They're so rare that it wasn't, like, realistic to farm them, really. Like, you can't just, like, farm a precursor. That's just not really going to happen. You're going to have to actually, realistically, it's a really crazy drop when it happens, but most of the time, you're just going to have to just basically grind the goal and buy one. That's pretty much how it always was. Because it's just such a rare thing. Very exciting when you get it, though, obviously. Start at the start of POF, cleared every raid wing, got both legendary backpacks, hardcore PvE, midcore PvP player. I mean, PvP is not in a good spot. Like, I wouldn't, I'm not going to, in good conscience, recommend PvP in this game, if you're looking for a PvP experience. In terms of PvE, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff. There's, like, strike missions, very exciting. And they added Wing 8, very hype. Or downstay here. When's the next fractal? I believe it's with the last patch. The final update. ArenaNet handle legendaries in Guild Wars 3. Well, I mean, I think like Aurora. Or kind of the way they were going with Gen 2s as well. I think the Gen 2 stuff was pretty hype. That was a good direction to take, I think. Yeah, we are getting out of here. Run! The final sort of the game? Well, the final update of the expansion. No, there's going to be another expansion after that. Ain't no way. Yeah, wait. Well, guys, do you not read the roadmap? You guys don't read the roadmaps. Yeah, I mean, it's in the last update. Yeah, the game is dead. The game is fully dead. Yeah. The game is shutting down. They are turning off the servers. Yeah, the third update is Fractal Legendary Backpack. Yeah, that's right. I only read the New World roadmap. I mean, that's understandable. Yeah. But yeah, it does take a while to get a new Fractal, right? Like, Fractals, it takes some time. It's an important update. That, I think the last update is so important because it's going to determine the community morale going into the next expansion. I think quite a bit. And the other thing is that it's also going to be like the last stand of the Fractal community, right? Like, it's been a rough couple of years for the Fractal enjoyers out there. Let's see how it goes. Guild Wars 3 is confirmed. I mean, again, it really depends, like, what's going on behind the scenes, right? But, like, I could definitely imagine us hearing some information about stuff like Guild Wars 3 pretty soon. Like, you know, probably not anything like, oh, yeah, the game's coming out, by the way. But I think there'll be some information about it for sure. Like, probably coming up. Like, you know, after the next expansion is done, I could definitely imagine them talking about it a little bit then. But not anytime soon, that's for sure. Like, at least a year out. Because, you know, at the end of the day, right, like, if they're cooking it, right, they'll probably want to start kind of getting people mentally prepared for that and what that's going to look like. Why Lily Tower is so bad? What makes you hate it so much? I still think look, it's very simple. I don't think the encounter is fun. The encounter is just like a bunch of random attacks, pretty much, that the boss does. With not a lot of rhyme or reason. And also, the way it's designed is inherently unfun. So I think it's inherently unfun. Because when you make a mistake, the mistake is permanent. Like, I think this is like a really key part of why the encounter sucks. It's that when the boss is empowered, you have no counterplay to that, right? Like, you can't remove it in any way. Like, there's nothing you can do. At least on CM. On normal mode, like, the fight is just kind of a fairly uninteresting encounter. But on CM, it's just the way the fight is set up is just so gimmicky and unfun and long and boring that it's just, yeah, it's probably one of the worst pieces of content they have ever added to the game. I think it is an absolute nightmare. It is awful. Nightmare is the ideal fractal. Why is Nightmare ideal? Because the boss fights are relatively short. They're kind of burst window oriented. They're dynamic, they're fast-paced, right? Like, that's a key thing about fractals, I think, that's important to keep in mind. So they're fast, right? Like, there's multiple bosses. The bosses have phases, too. Like, that's, like, the big thing, yeah. Heroes in Guild Wars 2? I mean, I don't think heroes would really make sense in Guild Wars 2, so I doubt it. I mean, look, I think people are kind of assuming that Guild Wars 2 will end up going like the way of Guild Wars 1, where essentially nobody plays it. I don't think that's actually very likely whatsoever. I think it's very likely that Guild Wars 2 will be like continue to, you know, be developed, right, alongside the other game. Yes. Whoa. This guy's dead. Yeah. I'm not sure what the plan was there. Yes. The API is down? Wait, really? I mean, it could be. I haven't checked. But I mean, it was working a couple of minutes ago. Okay. And that guy just went in. He went in, he got elixired, and then he died. I guess you hate to see it. All the money spent on MTX, if they don't transfer it to Guild Wars 3, it could be DOA. No, I mean, I don't really see it that way. I mean, look, it's a separate game. That's not how it works, right? Like, okay, I'm not gonna lie, this is one of the most cringe MMO player takes ever. People are like, oh, you know, if they make a new game, they have to transfer all of my progress. No! How does that make any fucking sense? It's a new game, right? No. You don't just get... Yeah, you're going to have to actually play. You know, there's actually a big problem. Like, I think this happens in Guild Wars 2 more than other MMOs, but it does happen in other MMOs too. Like, one of the reasons why people like horizontal progression, and I'm very confident in this now, like, one of the reasons why people like horizontal progression is because it means that you don't have to play the game, right? Like, that is actually real and true, by the way. Like, you don't have to play. Like, you can get to a point where you can just log out and go, ah, yeah, I finished it, right? But no, that's not how these games work. You have to log in. Yeah. Yeah. Why do you think people hate Condi roamers in World vs. World? Killing via Condi is unskilled and boring. Nah, I mean, I think that there is something going on, is that, like, there are... I mean, it's hard to say, honestly. Like, is... you know, like, Shadow Arts Thief, like, a particularly skillful build? No. Like, is it, like, inherently more skillful somehow than, you know, let's say a Condi build? I don't think so. I think the reality is that most, like, World vs. World roam builds are generally designed to be, like, as cancerous as possible. Like, that's kind of the name of the game when it comes to World vs. World roaming builds, right? So, I don't know. I think people about that just kind of crying about it. Like, and also, the other thing is with World vs. World is that a lot of the time it's rock, paper, scissors, right? And there's a lot of frustration in a game mode like that because it's hard to know. It's hard to know, like, how good you are, right? I think there's a lot of anxiety about how skilled players are in World vs. World, and it's actually sometimes difficult to actually tell. It's difficult to tell that because you just get hard countered, right? And you can't really win. And, like, that's kind of the nature of it. Like, if your build hasn't got any Condi cleanse and you're facing a Condi build, well, you know, you're screwed, right? Like, there's not really that much you can do about it. You're just dead. And this is kind of the case for, like, various class matchups and so on, right? Like, you just auto-lose a lot of matchups. Yeah. I logged out of Guild and thought I'm finished, never went back. World was fun, just got stupid, that's why I quit. I mean, World vs. World is, I mean, it's fairly based, honestly. I mean, I don't hate it. Is the guy going to try and pull me off or something? Don't think he sees me. He has no idea. I'm stealthed up here. Oh, there's a sentry turret. Dude, he put a sentry turret down. Do I have to re-level or does my progress stay? Exactly, yeah. No, I'm not playing Condi. I'm playing Power right now. Demolish. It's like the new Demolisher stats. Very exciting. Two other things like fashion. That is progress, though. That's the thing. That is progress. That's what that is. Oh, dude, this guy came back. He wants his revenge. Okay, no, he doesn't. Never mind. Oh, shit. Toxic, Selly, Ganker, Cheetah Noobs, Rome. I think that's a good one. I mean, that is true. I mean, that's how it is. If you play Celestial, you are toxic. That is a fact. Yeah. Yes. See, look. I didn't play Celestial. This is bad. Oh! Yeah, this is not looking good. I am defeated. Dude. I don't know how to 1v1 with this Mirage. And the Swarm arrived. Goodness me. Are they making a Guild Wars 3? Maybe. I have the North again. I think that would be cool. Yeah, I mean, they'd almost certainly do something like that. But no, like, oh, man. You know, I saw a video. Oh, God. Dude. Ah! I saw a video, and the title of it was something like, "You don't want a new MMO." And, you know, the interesting thing is that I completely disagree with what this guy says in the video, right? But here's the thing. I know that most people, he's right for most people, but I think that most people are actually wrong, okay? Like I think that people in MMOs are, like, very stuck in the mud and very resistant to change, and I fucking hate it. Like, I actually do think that a big part of why A big part of why the MMO kind of industry and genre is stagnant is because of the people who play these games being very resistant to any kind of change or any kind of new experience. This is a big thing. It's always like, oh, but I want to keep my progress. Like, oh, but then I'll have to start again. Yes, that's the fucking point. Yes. Yes. Oh, it's rough. It's rough stuff. It absolutely is. Yes, if you want to have a new experience, you will have to start again. That is how it is. Okay, we got this guy. Oh! Dude, we need more people who are just gonna go off and like get kills. We need like one support or something. We have like no support when we're trying to just get these kills. Doesn't WoW constantly change? It does, but I think people would be very resilient to the idea of WoW 2, right? I don't think people would not want a WoW 2, right? And that's like the key distinction here. And I think that is a huge mistake that players are making, not even the devs. The devs are not making this mistake because I think the devs would like to make a WoW 2 in the same way that the devs at ArenaNet like clearly want to make a Guild Wars 3. I think it's a massive error that the player base doesn't want these things. Because, of course, you know, we're all used to this, and these are great games. Like, WoW is a great game. Guild Wars 2 is a fantastic game as well. We all know this. But, right? But there is so much potential in this genre that is almost like bottled up and cannot be unlocked because people are not kind of willing to accept a new experience. Yeah. And a big part of this is the progression thing, right? Like, people are like, oh, but I want to keep my progress. It's like, oh. There is a mentality here that I do find very interesting, is that people think that if it's not forever, you wasted your time. And I understand that cognitively. So when someone says to me, like, oh, you know, if... For example, Deroya said this. Deroya said a very long time ago, actually, on Tea Time, that the only thing that would make him lose interest in Guild Wars 2 would be Guild Wars 3, right? Although his statement was slightly different. He was more like, I always want to be playing kind of the latest and greatest, right? So, like, if the game I'm playing was no longer the latest and greatest, then I would lose interest in it. And that's not quite the same thing as, like, as what I'm talking about here, because... The one that kind of does baffle me a bit is the idea that if your progression isn't permanent, then it never mattered whatsoever. Like, that to me is unbelievably interesting. Because I don't see it that way whatsoever. And I understand that position, like, in terms of I know what the words mean, but I have a very difficult time relating to it because to me, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Like, because progress is inherently temporary, right? Like, progress is transient. It's kind of in the name, right? Like, progression is not the destination. It is the act of moving towards a destination, right? Like, that is what progression is. So the way I view progression is that progression is entirely isolated from time, right? Like, I think that what people say is happening can't happen. So, like, people say that, oh, well, my progression didn't mean anything. I don't think that's even possible. I don't think that's possible for that to be the case because of the nature of what progression is inherently. I think that even if the game shuts down tomorrow, all of your progression still happened, and it can't unhappen. It can't just, like, magically go away, right? Because you did it, right? Like, it's etched into the history of the universe, right? You know, at this point. Like, it can't just go away. They're married to their characters, but you still can be, right? Like, I don't really view these things as mutually exclusive. I'm obviously very attached to my Guild Wars 2 account, but I don't really... If Guild Wars 2 shut down, I still would be. For me, nothing would have changed, right? Like, all of the things that I've done in Guild Wars, all the people that I've met, all the streams that I've done, right? Like, all of the interactions, all of the raids, all of the PvP, all of the world versus world. Like, all of that still happened. It's not gone. It's still there. Exactly. See, I think, Alec, yeah, I completely agree with you. Like, that's the right way. I'd be like, hell yeah, I'm down. I want to go again. But, like, I want to go around again. Let's fucking go. You know what I'm saying? Let's do this. That's my take on Guild Wars 3. Is that I go, well, you know what? Like, ArenaNet say they want to go around again. Like, hell yeah, I'm down for that. Let's fucking do this. Yeah. And I feel the same about WoW too, by the way. Like, it's like, yeah. You know, I mean, look, over the last year and a half, I've invested an insane amount of time into World of Warcraft, right? We've had an incredible journey, which I hope to document in a YouTube video, where we basically went from wiping like 100 times on easy bosses and like figuring out how to press buttons to being top 200 in the world, TM, okay? You know, asterisk, 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 like, you know, terms and conditions apply. But yeah, that's epic. But the thing is, if it all went away tomorrow, nothing would change for me, right? Yeah, I don't care if I've got a title in a video game that says that I did that. I care that I did that, right? I guess there's two things that are going on here. I think that many MMO players actually value the thing itself. So in other words, they actually value the pixel. That's all I can think of. Whereas I don't really value the pixels whatsoever. I consider them worthless. I think the only thing that's in any way valuable is the experience itself. Yeah. Yeah. When Guild Wars 2 was announced, I'm not sure. I actually think this is more of a modern MMO thing, actually, Champion of Naps. I by the way, I wouldn't say this is unique to Guild Wars 2. I would say this is in every MMO. So I think this is like a modern MMO thing rather than anything else. But it's just very interesting to me. I'm gormandizing. Games last a lot longer now. That's part of it, yeah. That is actually a big part of it, what Grim's saying here. Is that, you know, back when Guild Wars 1 was announced, nobody had played that game for, like, 10 years, right? Whereas that's now the case for more modern MMOs, right? You played them for, like, literally 10 years. So that does change the dynamic. It definitely does. But I still think we're making a huge mistake. This is we are mired in sludge, right? We are in MMO sludge hell right now, in my opinion. And we have to escape, guys. We have to break out. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, dude, no, the Lord stunned me. That's fucked. No, the Lord keeps stunning me. Oh! Oof. And it's not good. I think it's stifling a lot of innovation in the industry. And it also, it actually kind of reminds me of just, I think a lot of media industries these days, I think media in general, or certainly like large-scale media, like expensive media, like big films and so on, like, people want the same thing, and so that's exactly what they get. And I think that's bad, okay? Like, we as consumers need to step the fuck up, guys. We need to be okay with some weird shit sometimes. Same thing with games. Our games are becoming boring. Ow. Dude, are we ever gonna get SMC? I'm not sure we are, dude. Like, this is like infinite SMC. The eternal battle for the castle. Boom. Yeah. Yes. You love to see it. That's why you stopped subbing to WoW? Yeah, I mean, that's fair for sure, yeah. I think that, I do find myself in a position where I do want new things, right? Like, I want some new experiences in MMOs. It's why I really do think people went way too hard on New World. People were really mean to New World. And I think a big part of that was because it's an Amazon Games thing. And if we're going to be real here, like, Amazon is not the most popular company in the world. I think it's one of the same reasons why people went so hard on Rings of Power, because the show is relatively mediocre, but people hated that show. I think a big part of that was because it's Amazon, right? And Amazon is like the evil, like literal evil megacorp, right? And that doesn't exactly, you don't exactly get goodwill by being the actual Lex Luthor, right, of the business world, like in real life. So that's a big part of it. But yeah, people went way too hard on New World. Like, New World was a bit of a fucking disaster, but you know, at least they tried, okay? You know, I don't know. It is what it is. Yeah. Big. Yeah. Also, if you forget, dude, that is actually base. They're kind of fixing New World, too. You know, I think, you know, people are still very... I think people... Wait, what the hell happened to me? I got to push through the wall. That's crazy. I think people are still worried about, like, the roadmap stuff, and I think that's fair. This guy? There you go. Oh, did he blink all the way to the top? Oh, he blinked down, I think, and got rezzed. Rings of Power look cool as fuck. I mean, I think the second series is actually a fair bit better than the first one. First series is very mediocre. I found it very mid. Second series is pretty decent. Yeah. WoW just needs to be removed. It was awesome when it first came out. It's dumbed down so much, it's not worth playing. And dumbing down games making leveling easier is the reason for them being boring. I really don't agree with that, though. It's just that the focus of the game has shifted entirely. Like, in terms of dumbing down, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Retail is so much more complex and mechanically nuanced compared to Classic. It's not even funny. Like, it's certainly true that the game's focus has shifted, but to say it's dumbed down is insane. Like, retail WoW is so much more complicated than Classic WoW ever could be, and ever was, and ever will be. Classic WoW's a brilliant game, but it's you've kind of missed the diagnosis here, in my opinion. It's Classic WoW has an entirely different focus. Although that has its flaws. The problem with Classic WoW is that you just run out of stuff to do. Classic WoW is a very final game. Once there's nothing, that's it. It's over. Like, the game is ultimately a leveling game. The end game in Classic WoW is pretty mediocre. There's a reason why people want fresh. There's a reason why people want seasonal realms and hardcore realms. Because the game does not really have a particularly good end game loop. It's just the leveling process is the good part about vanilla. That's what most people agree on. Whereas retail WoW does have an endgame loop, and it's a very good one, specifically with PvP arenas, Mythic Plus, and obviously raiding as well. Yeah. No challenge anymore? It's funny, actually. Retail WoW is far harder than Classic. There is honestly nothing in Classic that is as difficult as even, like, a +2 key, unironically. Like, a +2 key is like... Well, actually, there's another really interesting one here as well. Like, the two games have, like, very different types of difficulty. Like, Classic WoW is basically a game of patience, right? Like, you just have to be very, very patient, and then you eventually, you'll eventually win. The vertical problem. I actually agree, yeah. 4 Horsemen healing was the hardest thing I've ever had to organize in an MMO. What? 4? Okay, dude, I mean, look, my guild struggled with 4 Horsemen, but how is that fucking shit difficult? Like, you would just have to rotate, like, when you get 3 stacks. You have to count to 3. That's literally all you've got to do. And then remember to pop a shadow protection potion. They may as well make 2 standalone games, one for PvPers who never play the content, and one for PvPers who played the game for the reason that it was made. Well, actually, wait, whoa, that is mega untrue, though. That's, like, omega untrue. That's so untrue. Because a big part of vanilla was world PvP. It's one of the things that I find very attractive about that game, is the world PvP that exists there. I think a lot of MMOs, like, certainly early MMOs, actually had almost a PvP lean on them, or at least like had heavy PvP integration. Not falling off a cliff in Thunderbluff is harder than Mythic Arena. That is true, yeah. Ellie gameplay. Oh, I guess a Fresh Air Tempest might be in order. We can get that going. Dude, I need like one yak. I need a yak. Yeah. It's complicated making sure everyone's always covered. I mean, 40-man raiding has its challenges, but it's a completely difficult challenge. You know, one of the things that is... I was actually chatting with Sneb about this the other day, and it's actually a fascinatingly interesting topic. What's interesting to me is that people are very okay with certain types of difficulty, but not types of others. Like, for example, there's actually a lot of difficulty in classic WoW in organizing a raid because there's 40 people that are involved. But mechanically, it's trivial. And in general, people are kind of okay with, like, a puzzle to solve. And honestly, watching the Final Fantasy Ultimate really got me thinking about this. I found it so interesting, like watching the Ultimate, because the Final Fantasy Ultimates are extremely difficult, but they're difficult in a very specific way. And I find the contrast between retail WoW raiding and Final Fantasy raiding to be extremely interesting. Like, for example, there are some points of an ultimate fight in the recent Ultimate where you don't do anything, you just do the mechanic. So the mechanic is going off and you stand here, do that, resolve this. That to me is interesting. That is not a concept in WoW whatsoever. In general, in World of Warcraft, the mechanics are... There are less mechanics, right? And they might not... They're usually pretty simple. Like, most WoW mechanics at their core are pretty simple. But here's the big one. This is what makes WoW raiding difficult, despite having relatively low amounts of mechanics and relatively simple mechanics. It's that you have to be playing your class quite well at the same time. And this is actually where Guild Wars 2 is as well, in my opinion. Guild Wars 2 follows this pattern where Guild Wars 2 raids are not hard, really, like not mechanically. They're very easy, in fact. But you do have to play your class at the same time. And if you don't play your class at the same time, then you will lose. And that is a very interesting... that's an interesting point to bring up there about types of difficulty. Because Final Fantasy has like a big knowledge check. You need to understand how to do this. You need to resolve this mechanic. But my understanding is that the classes are very easy to play. There's not a lot of mechanical intensity in pulling this off in terms of, like, dexterity. Whereas Guild Wars 2 and WoW, they are almost entirely the inverse, it feels like. Like, all of the difficulty is actually placed on piloting your character, you know, very, very well. Like, even if we look at Mythic Ansarek, or certainly the version that we killed, most of the difficulty in that fight is in dexterity. It's actually a finger test. And that, to me, is so interesting that that's what a lot of games are, especially modern MMOs. And in my opinion, this is the really key distinction between classic MMOs and modern MMOs, is that classic MMOs are knowledge checks or patience checks, right? Like, you have to wait. Don't pull that patrol. Pull 3 mobs at a time. You have to drink. You have to be prepared. You've got to get world buffs. You've got to get consumables, right? You've got to have the right composition. You need to understand the tactic. That is the difficulty in classic World of Warcraft. The difficulty in retail World of Warcraft is entirely disconnected from those things. Like, it is very much press your buttons, right? You need to do the fights too, and to be fair, mechanically the fights are a lot harder in classic WoW compared to it was a lot harder in retail compared to classic. It's not even close. But there is so much focus in modern MMOs on dexterity checks. And you know, this is actually a really interesting one too. Like, you've got to think, why? Why did developers start to essentially add a bunch of dexterity checks into their games? And this is another... This kind of goes back to a topic that I've been talking about a little bit recently. And it's because veteran players like dexterity checks. If you don't have a dexterity check, your long-term engagement with very veteran players, like long-term players, is gonna go down. But there's a really interesting side effect here. Like, if you design the game that way, you kind of... Also, guys, let's go do the Titan meta. You almost create this very... Wait, can I get in? Oh, okay, never mind. Wait, do you think we can cook? Guys! Everyone log in. Emergency Titan meta. Fucking log in, guys. Holy shit, let's go. Wait, we have enough time. Let's go. Log in! Yeah. Wait. Dude, someone joined and immediately left. Yeah. Yes. The piano playing chat part I find fundamentally, which is why I don't get on with modern PvE MMOs. Well, exactly, yeah. That's what I'm getting at here. Is that like I find it very interesting that the games tend to go this way, even though it does alienate a lot of casual players. Like, making the game hard to play. Making the game hard to pilot is fundamentally different from, like, setting it's a different type of difficulty to, like, a puzzle, right? Okay, I think we've got this, guys. We have 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh, that is very late. That is very, very, very late indeed. But you know what? Fuck it. I believe. Log in. Let's go. Do good DPS, guys. Jester is here. I will do the subgroups so that people know where to go. Log in. Go. I mean, it does actually scale, so there's some potential here. Taking that route of bloating inputs to increase the challenge. I'm not sure if that's entirely true. I think that... I think some games do this. But yeah, it is definitely an MMO thing. Like, MMOs in particular. I'd have to think about this. Like, have other games done this? I think, in general, video games have got harder mechanically. I think modern video games are harder mechanically compared to older video games. In general... But I'd have to actually delve into some specific examples to actually unpack that. MOBAs have 4 abilities, but in general, MOBAs are pretty fast-paced, right? Like, as well. Like, there's some pretty, like, high dexterity stuff there. It's less than MMOs, that's for sure, but I think it's still there. Yeah, if you look at, like, new League of Legends, like, every ability might have, like, a recast. There's, like, an extra ability. Like, you've got a passive proc that you can play around. I feel like League of Legends absolutely is a faster-paced game that kind of requires more dexterity than it used to. They haven't increased the amount of buttons. That is true. But I still feel like it's probably higher APM and faster-paced than it used to be. Don't actually have to work towards anything long-term. Is that statement true? Can you give me an example of what you mean by that? I think that what you mean is that a lot of the time, long-term grinds are, like, more optional. And there are also things that don't require grinding in modern games. Because I think that modern MMOs still have very long-term goals attached to them. It's just that there's also a bunch of other short-term goals. Whereas previously, the entire experience was a long-term goal. In an older MMO, it might take you months to get max level, for example. Right? When in a modern MMO, that's absolutely not going to be the case. You're going to get to max level very, very quickly, and then, quote-unquote, the real game begins. But I don't think that means there's an absence of, like, long-term grinds. There are absolutely, like, very long-term grinds in modern MMOs. It's just that, there are also short-term grinds as well. Yeah, I think that Mythic Plus is a good example of this. Like, you know, there are absolutely long-term goals you can go for in terms of improving your rating, right? And, like, getting perfect item level in retail WoW is difficult. In the same way that in Guild Wars 2, you know, it's going to take you a long time to, like, grind all of the like every single legendary in the game, right? That's definitely pretty meaty. Mobile good looking spear builds, dual wield, or other sets? I mean, what game mode? Yes. Wait, what are we arguing about now? I feel like I've missed one. PV? Then Virtuoso, boom. Or Necro, based. Well, we have 7 minutes. Dude, this is going to be a rough one. But you know what? I kind of believe I'm a little bit coped here. I think we have the DPS. Yeah, 7 minutes feels doable to me. Let me actually keep making subgroups, though. God damn it. Okay, we've got to keep trying to play the game at the same time, which is kind of non-trivial. Oh, dude. No. I'm in the shit. This is bad. We need a quickness in there. This is going to be one of the most emergency Titans ever. Okay, it's starting to now work. Reaper sword. Yeah, exactly, yeah. You can play sword, spear. You can do that. Well, I'm not sure what the exact meta build is right now for a Reaper, but I think you can play spear, and spear is good. And yeah, sword is pretty hype. Right. Get in there. Give boons and do damage. Do your thing. Older games had higher skill checks. Well, no, I think this is a very important thing to talk about. I think especially within MMOs. They had very different skill checks. Like that to me is the interesting topic to bring up or thing to tease out, is that the skill checks were incredibly different. It's kind of crazy how you can really get an emergency map going and it kind of works. I think we actually have a decent chance of killing this. We need to do 10% of the boss's HP every minute? That feels doable, no? Okay. I think the intermission's going to be painful, because the intermission on Greer is quite slow. And Decima does need a bit more damage. But I do think Greer has less health. I'm pretty sure Greer has less health than Decima. That might be kind of why Decima's falling behind a little bit. Yeah, we're going to intermission now. Guys, if you're on stream, some people need to go and help Decima, okay? Check your subgroup and fuck off. Because we're going to intermission now and Decima's behind. And yeah, we have 4 minutes now. It's going to be close. It's going to be tight. Very tight, actually. But I do kind of believe we need to do these ads quickly. Oh, nice. People are using pulls. That's very nice. Get over here. Oh, we've actually managed to kind of gather these ones here. That's nice. I can use my axe pull to get... Oh. Maxwell didn't get that one. Can do a pull here, though. 3 minutes. Yeah, because during this intermission, Decima will catch up. Wish we had a way station. We probably did. I just ignored it while I was fixing the subs. Everyone CC, go. 3 minutes, 30 seconds? It's going to be close. Oh, yeah, we have to do this as well. We do get the exposed at the start, though. Go, 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 go. It's going to be a 3 minutes to 25. We're going to have to go completely go for it. There's going to be no holding back. We need to boon rip and then just unleash. Okay, Decima's actually burning right now. I think we win. I think this is actually a win. Just barely. It's kind of crazy, guys. If you actually put some effort in, you can really recover these situations. You really can. I just aegis my subgroup there. You can always block that attack. You don't even have to dodge. That's what I try and do anyway. Okay, I wonder, are we going to have to chill? No, Decima, yeah. You can see that Decima intermission being a lot shorter, right? Much, much quicker. As you can see there, they're able to get through very quickly. One minute 58. Ah, we got this in the bag. We've got it in the bag. Is dispelled grammatically correct? Yes. The hell? Can we actually just go for a full burn? We actually can kind of chill out a bit. But I'm pretty sure Decima will be able to kill in time. Yeah, Greer HP is actually higher than Decima right now. Yeah, Decima's gonna kill. Yo, easy recovery, guys. Big. Whoa, he's still going. My core is restored. Greer. Next time, it will be the babe that is smothered. Ooh. Not the begetter. There we go. We got him. We saved Janthir. Is Condi scuffed? I don't think so. Well, it has resolution, so maybe it will... Maybe it didn't get corrupted. Incredible. We did it. I am on an A. That's big. gw2 short-term grind says, let's unlock it. Skyscore would turn away a modern gamer. Would it, though? Well, I mean... I think I saw something that I found to be a really interesting perspective. Someone said the following, and this is a statement that I really disagree with, and I find it interesting. They said everyone paid the same price for the game, and that means everyone is entitled to have the same experience and play the same content and get the same rewards. That, to me, I think is a modern idea, and it's one that I obviously disagree with, right? That's an insane opinion. Like saying that, okay, well, you bought the game, that means you should be able to clear every boss on the highest difficulty and get every reward. That is an insane statement to me, but I do think that it is a relatively... a somewhat relatively common take that's kind of like emerged in modern MMOs, right? Like there's this, I'm not even sure I would say it's a entitled position. It's because that, I'm not sure I'd frame it that negatively, because I do find it interesting that people say that. I think it's more, I don't even know how I would describe that. I don't even know how I would say that in a non-negative way, because I don't really like to frame people's opinions in a negative way, right? I wouldn't really want to do that. Yeah. I don't agree with that perspective. That's all I can say. the groundwork component isn't as common. I mean, it's just not always necessary. Like, you can basically beat all of Guild Wars 2 while having absolutely no understanding whatsoever of how the game works whatsoever. But, okay, this is the key thing, right? So, this is how it used to be, right? Like, you had all of the game. You kind of had to understand it a little bit, okay? But in order to get the loot, okay? Here's, like, the bag of loot in an old game. But this is how it is in modern games. You have 2 bags of loot, right? You have 2 bags of loot here, okay? Loot 1, okay? Loot 1 and then loot 2. This bag requires no skill or understanding whatsoever. This one does, and it's a lot more than this one, right? Like, this is the key thing, is that this one required, like, a very basic understanding to get anything done. That's how classic WoW works. It's how a lot of old school games work. That you couldn't basically get anything done unless you engage with it. Like, whereas now, in the modern era, some of the game does not require you to engage with it in any way. In some cases, like, the majority of the game. In Guild Wars 2's case, the vast majority of the game does not require you to engage with it mechanically in any way in order to overcome and, like, get all the loot, right? Whereas the actual stuff that requires skill is much harder than the stuff in the older games. So this is the interesting meme. Yeah. Reliero actually walks the walk. Ooh, no, that definitely isn't true, actually. Games like old school RuneScape and Classic WoW are extremely popular. Classic WoW is one of the biggest MMOs out there right now, and so is old school RuneScape. This is actually a very bad argument, and you should never make it. You should stop making it as well. It betrays a lack of knowledge, actually, to say that. If you say people don't actually like these games, that is incorrect. People do like these games. They're very popular. I need to get rid of some of this bloodstone dust. This is out of hand. All this essence too, dude. Incredible. You know, so it's not the game's fault. Let's remove the content entirely before you can ever experience it. It's a tricky one, isn't it? Right? It's a interesting question to ask yourself. Like, you know, should you have an expectation that you can experience an entire game no matter what? I would say no, but I think you can actually make arguments to the contrary as well, that do actually make sense. And you know, I think the I think the other thing, right, about modern MMOs is that, okay, modern games are much harder. Like, Guild Wars 2 is a much harder game than classic WoW. And therefore, if you did the same thing, and you said, okay, if you want to level to 80 in Guild Wars 2, you have to understand Guild Wars 2 to the same degree that you understand classic WoW to get to max level in that game. Realistically, not many people would make it. Like, that is the additional complexity here, is that the modern games are a lot harder. So in other words, if you had to be as good at Guild Wars 2, relatively speaking, compared to the understanding that you have of WoW to get to max level, it will be way too hard for most people. Because Guild Wars 2 is a fundamentally much harder game than classic WoW. In both classes, but the classes aren't exactly hard to play. Oh, I think they absolutely are. I don't know. I can't speak to Final Fantasy at all, actually. But yeah, the classes in retail are infinitely harder to play than the classes in vanilla. And the same is true of Guild Wars 2 versus Guild Wars 1. Like, Guild Wars 2 is indescribably harder to play than Guild Wars 1. Can you get to max level in WoW Classic just by grinding mobs? Well, yeah, but in order to do that, you did kind of have to engage with the game's systems. It's a little bit That's
not good.
Game got skill and mastery often contribute to games being worse for everybody. What do I think about that? I think that I think that if you want to have your player base engage long term, you need to have sufficient mechanical complexity that it's essentially impossible to play perfectly. You want the skill cap to be completely insurmountable. And the way that MMOs typically do this is by adding variants, so like RNG, or additional complexity. Those are the two levers that MMOs typically pull. Is there a better way of doing it? That's a good question. I think not without, like, significantly redesigning the game. Yeah. Easier and more complicated. I don't like the combo. It's true. I know what you mean there, and I think using the word forgiving is appropriate. I think what's very interesting about classic WoW is that the game is extremely easy to play, but it's also extremely punishing. That's the key distinction. Like, Guild Wars 2 is a harder game to play, but it's extremely forgiving. Like, mistakes don't really matter in Guild Wars 2 that much, where they absolutely matter in classic WoW. This is another very key topic of discussion, in my opinion. And it's also another really big feature of classic MMOs, like older MMOs, is that they're punishing. They will, if you make a mistake, you will face the consequences for that mistake. Warrior Spear, any good builds? Oh, yeah, Warrior Spear is good in all 3 game modes right now. Vanilla WoW was too simple to me, and grinding was only played it casually. Well, yeah, but you're agreeing with me. Yeah. If there's no fail state, it can hardly be considered a game. That's an interesting philosophical question. I don't think I'd agree with that. I think that games are still games, even if they don't have fail states. I think the key thing about video games is the interactivity component, not necessarily the fact that you can lose. But I think it's an interesting point to bring up. I think that having some kind of... I do think that having some kind of objective, like some kind of task to complete, is a part of a game. But I'm not even sure if I would say necessarily so. In fact, I don't think I would. I wouldn't say necessarily so. Go-to on Warrior currently. Axe. I believe Axe, Mace, and then Spear is pretty common. Or like Axe, Mace, and Greatsword. But yeah, I do think you're onto something there, a little bit hit button, actually, like regarding how people talk about mastery and what people consider skill. I think it can backfire. And I think it has backfired in Guild Wars 2. I am of the opinion that Guild Wars 2 is less skillful than it used to be, despite requiring more APM to play. I think the design of the game has reduced skill expression, especially in competitive modes, especially in PvP and World versus World. Like, the way you play Guild Wars 2 right now is very spammy. It's very send, and a lot less about intelligent ability usage, right? It's a lot more about just like slam as many keys as possible. It's kind of like that in PvE as well, although obviously you have rotations, so you do have to adhere to those rotations. But yeah, I do think that Guild Wars 2 is less skillful than it was, even though there are more buttons to press now and it requires higher APM. What part of the gameplay do you consider hard? The amount of things you need to master? Oh, yeah, so I was talking about how in vanilla WoW, the difficulty is very much a test of patience. It's a test of you need, you know, if you don't realize that you can't really fight 3 mobs at the same time, you're going to have a bad time. You're not going to get away with that. If you don't learn about mobs running away or, like, the way mobs work and what they do, like, oh yeah, this boss has a stun, right? And you need to be ready for that. Like, oh yeah, this boss does damage around it and it will kill you if you're too close. Like, there's a lot of, like, knowledge checks in older MMOs, I think, that are slightly less present in modern MMOs. Like, modern MMOs is a lot more dexterity check. Yeah, there's a lot less decision-making in modern Guild Wars 2. And I do think that hit button is correct here. The reason this happened is because the devs are like, well, we need to make the game harder, so we'll add more buttons, right? We want to give people, like, more rotations to do. But this does not really it didn't make the game more skillful. It made and this is another thing, right? It made the game harder to play in the absolute sense. So this was legitimately the worst of both worlds, by the way. It made the game harder to play with your hands. Guild Wars 2 is pretty much the hardest it's ever been to play with your hands in terms of pressing the buttons. But it also made the game much less skillful than it's been. So, in other words, the game right now is harder to learn and it's less skill expressive, which is kind of the worst of both worlds, right? Because it's worse for veteran players now. Like, I find the game a lot less engaging than I used to because it is just spam a lot of the time. It's much less skillful. And it's harder for new players to learn as well. So, like, and I think that, you know, we used Guild Wars 2 as an example here, but I actually think that you could say this about a lot of other MMOs. You could probably say this about most modern MMOs, actually, is that they're harder for new players to learn than they've been previously, and they're less skill expressive as well simultaneously, like at the top level. And this is because of this, in my opinion, slightly erroneous assumption that more button equal harder, right? Or more button equal more skill. I think a fantastic example of this would actually be shooter games, right? Which obviously have a relatively low amount of inputs, right, required to play them, but they're some of the most mechanically intense games to play. Another really good example would be something like Osu, which of course is pretty much as simple as it can get when it comes to inputs, but it's also an incredibly highly mechanically skilled game, right? Like, you know, the people who are really, really good at Osu are kind of ridiculously good on a mechanical level. The skill expression on these games is extreme. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, fighting games are a fantastic example of this because they have a relatively low amount of inputs. You have combos and so on. You can line up different abilities in different ways to produce different attacks. But fundamentally, the amount of abilities, like buttons that you have, is relatively low. And cooldowns and cast times, not the absolute amount of skills. It's a little bit of both, right? Because if you've got more skills, that's more buttons to press. But you're absolutely correct. Yeah, that's a good key distinction to make. It is actually both. For example, you know, I would say another feature Right, another feature of classic MMOs is that you might have loads of skills, like 40 skills even, but one has like a 40-minute cooldown. You can only use it like once per dungeon even, right? Like, you know, you can only use it once per fight. You've got, let's say, an 8-minute cooldown, a 5-minute cooldown, right? And so on and so on and so on. As opposed to, you know, the more modern design, which typically has like cooldowns that are measured in seconds rather than minutes. And then you have like a couple of core abilities that you use more frequently. And that's a good distinction to make. But yeah, I do think it is both. But that is a key point to bring up as well. It's a good point to bring up. Is that, yeah, cooldowns are very, very, very low for sure. Because look, seriously, look, and guys, I'm getting old. I freely admit that I'm getting old. But there are some classes in retail WoW that give me wrist pain. Seriously. And like, I feel like we've gone wrong here. You know, like if I'm getting wrist pain from like having to hammer buttons so much, like, this is fucked, you know? I'm not sure about this one. Like, we've maybe slightly gone down we've gone down the wrong path there, right? Like, when, you know, you're just required to, like, slam buttons over and over and over and over and over. Is that really the way we want to go here? And, like, yeah, sure, it makes the game harder, right? Like, it makes the game harder to play, and it does increase the mechanical demand, the dexterity demand on the player. But does it really make it more skillful? I don't think so. I don't think it makes it inherently more skillful that you have to have like 80 APM to be able to play the class. I don't view that as like, oh wow, this is like super high skill, right? And I do think that this was, you know, it's funny actually. Why is Warcraft 3 having a resurgence and not StarCraft 2? And there are multiple reasons. This is a gross oversimplification. But I really believe that a key factor is actually the divergence in mechanical approaches that Warcraft 3 has with StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 has got faster and faster and faster. Top players in StarCraft 2 are regularly playing at an actions per minute of above 300. That is insane. And of course, you don't need to play at that level. In fact, you can get to Grandmaster with, realistically, you can probably do 100 APM, maybe a little bit more than that. And you'll be able to get to a good level in that game. But, you know, look, when I play StarCraft 2, I play at like 150 actions per minute, right? That is a lot. That's a lot of inputs, guys, to have to play. But I think that Warcraft 3, one really good thing about this game is the game's a little bit slower paced. Like, units live longer, right? You're controlling less units compared to StarCraft 2. The APM requirement to actually pilot the game is significantly lower because of that. Units take a longer time to build. You have less production facilities. You have less bases. Macro is slower. You don't have to be managing supply depots or pylons every 15 seconds, right? Like dealing with farms and so on. And food in that game is much easier. The macro is a lot less APM intensive than StarCraft 2. Now, of course, Warcraft 3 also has the key advantage that it has actually been getting developer attention with Reforged, which they've actually now kind of fixed. But, you know, it is interesting to me that, yeah, StarCraft 2 is not doing nearly as well, in my opinion, as Warcraft 3 is. And I do think some of that, like, is actually down to the fundamental design, the design choices of the game and, like, the directions the game have gone. Like, StarCraft 2 gets faster and faster and faster, especially as you go into the late game, as all RTS do. But, like, you know, yeah, like, StarCraft is on another level compared to Warcraft. Yeah. To continue pressing the buttons? Yeah. You saw on your Apple keyboard? Hell yeah. Hardest thing to learn are the matchups and how each build in the game works. Yeah, that happens in kind of big games, right? Like Guild Wars 2 is a pretty big game, so that definitely is a steep learning curve for sure. Yeah. Enjoy Fury Warrior, indeed. Yeah, Fury Warrior is a good example of that. Yeah. For the average player, exactly. Yeah, I do think the hero system is a very good system. Like, it's just so intuitive, right? It's very approachable. Like, understanding how that works. Yes. Having to learn DPS versions is turning me off. I like the League of Legends kind of skill. You can master the game, perfect your champion without a lot of buttons. Yeah, you know, again, I was talking with Sneb about this. I was talking with Sneb about this the other day, and we were talking about how it is so fucking hard to get people to practice a DPS rotation. This is clearly an activity that people do not enjoy doing. Like, even in my guild in WoW, it is difficult to get people to actually practice a rotation. And I think the contrast between these two things is fascinating to me. People are very willing to spend, let's say, 40 hours learning boss mechanics. But people are very unwilling to do 2 hours of practice. And that is a very, very interesting thing to say. Because then you have to think, like, why is the game designed this way? Like, every MMO is designed from the ground up, assuming that mastering a DPS rotation is actually mandatory sometimes, and essentially part of the experience. But most people hate it, right? And I think there is an element of, it is kind of necessary in a way. Like, you have to have output checks. But I just find that to be an incredibly interesting kind of observation that you can make, is that in some ways most MMOs are designed with something that people really don't like in mind. Yeah. Yes. Which I think is interesting. It's a weird genre. Yes, I think that MMOs are an incredibly weird genre because there are, like, key tenets of the game that the people who play them hate. Like, people do not like practicing DPS rotations. People are fine with, like, learning boss mechanics, but not with actually getting better at their class. I really want to kind of get into that, right? Oh, man. Teamwork mentality it fosters? I don't think so. I don't actually think Guild Wars 2 is in any way special here. In fact, I think it's worse in this regard. I think it's harder to get people to practice in this game than it is in other games. Like, because, you know, in WoW, you get there in the end. And, like, you know, a lot of people do want to practice and do want to get better. I think in Guild Wars, it's extremely difficult. I think it's very hard in this game to get people to work together. People work together in extremely superficial ways, but not in real ways. Open world. Well, yeah, that's what I mean, though. That's entirely superficial. I think that's a facade. It's not real. Not really. It's not. You're not really cooperating. Not really, anyway. It's entirely surface level. Like, when the going gets tough, it's exactly the same as every other MMO. Golem's backing his Resident Sleeper should be obvious to the devs. Okay, yeah, okay then. Well, my follow-up question here is... My follow-up question is, why don't people do it at the same time, then? I feel like maybe people don't know how. Like, is that actually the insight here? Players don't know what they're doing wrong. Like, that might be something that is happening. Because you can practice your DPS rotation while playing the game. In fact, a lot of the times, it's kind of the best way to do it, is to actually go and do some content at the same time.
She knew you were on your way, even without me calling attention to it.
You know?
Even more, hasn't she?
New World tried to do it with less buttons, and the less buttons was part of the reason why the people said there's no endgame. I actually disagree. People say there's no endgame in New World because there's no endgame in New World. Game doesn't give you feedback on how well you're doing. Well, it definitely does when you're, you know... When you're on the boss and it's killing you in the enrage, it definitely does. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I just find that to be a very interesting thing that's going on there. I'm not sure if people know how to improve. I'm not sure if the game makes it obvious how to improve. You definitely have to do research in order to do that. You have to kind of go to outside sources in order to kind of see that. People only hate doing rotations until they master it. I mean, maybe. Oh, wait, is public convergence up? Yo, let's go. I'm converging. I'm gonna converge. I'm gonna converge. Is there a public? No, there isn't. I'm joining this squad. Oh, maybe this one is... Oh, wait, what? They did a private one. Rotations suck. I think that's interesting. Oh, man, I would... Wait, you've played WoW, right, Hit Button? I would love to hear your take on the WoW rotations. Because I feel like WoW rotations are way better than Guild Wars 2 rotations. Because they're very intuitive. Whereas Guild Wars 2 rotations are very unintuitive. And a lot of the time kind of require you to memorize a sequence of actions. I do think that the memorization is a component that people really don't enjoy. Feels like school, you know? It feels like homework. Wait. What's going on here? What? Wait, what's happening? How are we in this convergence when... How are we in a different one? What the hell is going on? The stacking meta in PvE sucks. I mean, it's... Yeah, that's kind of a consequence of how the game works. It is what it is. Deliberately designed. Then Guild Wars 2's flexible systems. But I mean, you could... No, you could do it in... You could do it in Guild Wars 2 as well. You see them doing it with the new weapons, right? With like the skills that recharge other skills. You could easily do it in Guild Wars. You could have interactions like that. They do have interactions like that in the game, I think. Yeah. Wait, we should not start this. We have like 3 people here. What the hell? What on earth is going on, guys? What is this scenario? This is not even a public one. This is a private convergence that we've somehow got into. They started it. Well, guys, join this convergence.
Our tale starts, as most do, with deceptively humble beginnings.
Okay. It is what it is, my friends. I mean, let's see what happens here.
At the foot of the mountain.
Well, let's go.
Boring.
Yeah, when do we get to the...
And it's true that classes are more deliberately designed, but that's kind of my point. That's a good thing. I think that kind of should be a thing in Guild Wars 2, right? Things should have deliberate design to them. And you can still have interactions. This is something they actually added a lot, right? Like, making press feel good. Yeah, because they made the buttons glow and shit, right? You get like a glowy button when you've got a proc, and you get like little graphics that show up when you've got a proc. That is really useful, yeah. I think if I leave, it will kick me, yeah. Because I was going to just, like, make my own group and tag up and get people into this convergence, but I don't think that will work. More people to engage with the rotation more. A lot of games require external research and learning through playing. Yeah, I think this is definitely a weakness of Guild Wars 2, is that to, like, get good at the game, you have to do a lot of external research. It is worth noting, by the way, that that is way less true in WoW. Like, you could... very easily, and this might not be true for every class to be clear, but for the classes that I have played, including DPS classes like Fire Mage, for example, yeah, you could figure out the, you might not arrive at like the fully optimal rotation, but yeah, if you actually practice, you will get better by playing that for sure, yeah. Yeah, my key point, though, is that I find it very interesting that MMOs are designed in a way that a lot of people who play them don't like it. And that's also led to a really interesting situation. Like, one of the key friction points, I think, in modern MMOs is this divide between people who care about the game mechanics and people who don't. Because here's something interesting. Modern MMOs are mostly designed in such a way that you don't need to care about the game mechanics whatsoever. This is true in retail World of Warcraft, and it's true in Guild Wars 2. You do not need to know anything about the game in Guild Wars 2 to basically get full rewards. You don't need to understand boons, abilities, stats, upgrades, anything. You do not need to understand the game in any way in order to get full rewards and essentially, quote-unquote, complete the game. And this is interesting because, as you might expect, this means that a lot of people who play MMOs are attracted to MMOs because they don't require skill, right? And I want to be very clear. I am actually not saying that in a derisive way. There is nothing wrong with wanting a game that doesn't require skill. And I will absolutely die on that hill, by the way, guys. That is a valid desire and a valid request. And I think that MMOs actually attract people who want this type of content. MMOs attract people who don't want skill to be important, who don't want to basically get gatekept by not being good enough at the game. There's a reason why, if you actually look at complaints, there's a lot of... one of the things that I find so sad, actually, there's no other way, but no, not sad. I feel empathy for people. Like, a lot of people are like, I can't do this. You know, they're very down on themselves. I see a lot of people down on themselves in all games. Like, oh, I can't do this. I can't do that. Like, you know, I'm bad. You know, I'm not good. Yeah, because I think a lot of people play these games to escape skill-oriented games. Think about the really big games, guys. Fortnite, League of Legends, Dota, Counter-Strike. These are all skill-based games. MMOs, and, you know, it's weird because, you know, there's this paradox almost. MMOs do have a bit of a get-good culture, but they're not designed that way. MMOs are not designed with a get-good culture in mind. Not really. It's entirely the opposite. MMOs are designed to, your reward is a function of time, not a function of skill. Whereas in other MMOs, other games, a lot of the time it is a function of skill. So MMOs actually attract people who don't want skill-based outcomes. But of course, this then generates friction because you also have this subculture within MMOs that is very get-good oriented, and you do have the aspirational content that then attracts that. And just by the very nature of games being kind of a complex set of systems, there's always going to be people who want to optimize those systems, right? And that's exactly what happens, right? Like, people who really like the games optimize those systems. And when these two groups interact, and also when the developers try to design the game in such a way that it kind of facilitates both groups, you end up with a lot of friction going on there. A lot of friction. Is that why PvP modes kind of struggle in MMOs? Absolutely, yes. It's because in PvP, if you are not better than the other guy, you will never win. Ever, ever, ever. Not in a million years. So yeah, MMOs are not really PvP-oriented anymore, and a big part of that is because, again, yeah, I think people want to get away from PvP. People want to get away from that type of content because it's actually very dominant in mainstream gaming. Everything, look, devs are always making everything competitive, right? There's got to be there's got to be an online mode for like every game. Like, I think like Space Marine, right? The new Space Marine came out, right? Boom, it's got an online mode. Boom, it's got PvP, right? Like, it's always like that. All of these games do this. I think MMOs are kind of like an escape for that, I think. Yeah. To actually be happy with the games. Yeah, you know, it's funny. Like, and I think maybe I'm just easy to please, or maybe I just have like a varied taste. I view this actually as a strength of the game. The fact that you can actually have both in the game. Like, you have this very casual experience, but you also have the hardcore. But then again, Eddie, I think it's actually worth noting that our perspective is warped because we can access that hardcore content, right? For the vast majority of players, that content exists, but it is out of reach. So we are here because, and we enjoy that because we can access that. Like, we are not actually in any way slighted by that content existing. To us, it actually is content. But for the vast majority of players, Mythic raiding doesn't exist. Like, honestly, I think it's worth noting, for most people, Mythic Plus doesn't exist in World of Warcraft. That's not a thing for most people. I think, you know, most people don't get, let's say, Keystone Hero or whatever the achievement is. Most people don't do that. Most people don't clear Heroic. I think Heroic's like 25% or something like that. Might be a bit higher. I can't remember the exact number. Someone could fact check me on that. But yeah, like, even Heroic doesn't exist for the majority of players. So they have that friction point. We don't really see that friction point. We're blind to it because we're in that, right? Like we're in that friction point. I think the comparison for us and like the way that I would interact with this, or the way that I would try to connect and empathize here, is that I'm really bummed out that we didn't kill Ansarek pre-nerf. We got gatekept by skill. That's why I think there's actually some good grounds in WoW to empathize with people, right? For this reason. It's because everyone except basically the top 20 guilds gets gatekept by skill to a certain extent, right? Yeah, you might not be good enough to get Hall of Fame. You might not be good enough to get the Mythic Plus title. You might not be good enough to actually beat the boss before it gets nerfed after the Race to Worlds first. These are all things that happen, and it's ultimately the same thing that's happening, but to different people with different degrees. Being a better challenger master, which prevents people of different ability from wanting to play together. That's also a very, very good point, because ultimately, having people in your group will affect your ability to have fun. This is actually one of the big things that comes up in Guild Wars 2 a lot, and it's very, very true, but it's also a little bit of an ugly truth. Yeah, like, if you're good at a game, I mean, I think you see this in other games as well, right? For example, let's say you get good at Smash. Right? Let's say you get good at Smash. And Smash, first and foremost, is kind of a party game, right? It's a game that you play with friends. But here's the problem. If one of your friends gets good at Smash, the game is ruined for everyone. And that is a fascinatingly interesting concept. And this is true of basically every single game, by the way. Like, if someone in your friend group gets too good, they can no longer play with you, or the game is terrible for everyone now. Interesting, right? And that happens on MMOs in every single way, too. Like, if you get good, all of a sudden, the amount of people with whom you can play with and have fun drastically reduces. Modern gamers work for 40 plus hours. Of course, people want to chill in games in general. Ton of white, 5 tons of walls. That is the reality, people. I actually really reject this. Call me Ted. I think you're correct in that the demographics have shifted, but I think you are wrong in kind of drawing this distinction and saying only people who... Let's actually unpack what you've said there. You have said that only people who don't work or their job is streaming enjoy very hardcore content. That statement is simply incorrect. Look, you know, I think there are... Well, I can only speak for myself, obviously. I'm an example of this. Like, I was probably at my most hardcore, right, playing StarCraft 2 when I had maybe an hour or two a day to play. That was when I was actively really focusing on improving and getting better at that particular game and playing, like, really investing a lot of my energy into getting good. And this is back when I was at school and I had maybe a couple of hours, like maximum 2 hours in an evening before I had to go to bed and get up the next morning in order to play the game. I really reject this. I just completely reject this. Yeah. This idea. It is certainly true that, you know, many people do see these games as an escape, and that's completely fair. I think it's actually one of the greatest things about gaming. But this idea that, yeah, this stuff is only for people who have infinite time, I don't think is true. Want to solo well in PvE and some Fractals raids? I can't pick it on play. Play Necro. Base. Go. Yeah.
The mist tides.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, there's something going on here as well. Like, because actually, I want to really, I want to dive into this. This is exactly what I'm talking about. One of the things that it's really come to bother me quite a lot, actually, over the past couple of months, like, you know, well, last couple of years, really, is... Why is there this animosity? Look at the way that this is worded. In some sense, the comment saying that, oh yeah, kids and streamers are the time to wipe, that's the reality, and people want to chill. There is this almost hostility towards the idea of taking a game seriously. And I think this is a key part in this divide. There is a lot of hostility between people who don't take games seriously and those who do. And look, I'm going to actually stand up for gaming here. I still think there is actually a huge amount of disrespect towards gaming as a hobby. And you know what? I will push back against this. Like, for example, I don't think people would be as derisive about people who do sport, right, as a hobby. Or, you know, it may even, actually, specifically a non-physical sport. Like, a non-physical sport. I understand there's a slight distinction when it's like a very high-intensity physical activity. It's not the same thing. That there is a distinction to be drawn there between gaming and, let's say, I don't know, like running or whatever. Or, you know, playing football. But I don't think people would look down on you for other hobbies in the same way that they do for gaming, actually. Overworked and burned out from my job was a major reason for me to leave my rank 500 guild and find a Hall of Fame guild. My time investment would get more value and better campaigns. Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? Like, you know, if you're putting in all that time and you're not getting the result, then that's going to incentivize you to kind of step up, right? And kind of go for it. Yeah.
Go get her, Wayfinder.
Yeah. Oh, dude, the bug happened again. Oh, shit. Dude, this bug is crazy. Look at this bug. I think, does this only happen in the public? This is crazy, guys. So right now, every single pylon is fully juiced to tier 3 for absolutely no reason. So now the boss is going to be like perma one-shotting everyone until we actually phase it. I have no idea why. I've only seen this happen. I only saw this happen once before. I think it might only happen in public instances. But wait, no, this is a private instance, so that's not true. Naturally, ill feeling starts to arise. I agree with your diagnosis. You're obviously correct, but I think it's kind of sad that ill feeling arises from that. I think that is natural. You're right, but I think this is actually a nature that we should fight against. Right? I don't like the fact. Oh, I need to change my character more limit, don't I? I don't like the fact that there's essentially ill feeling here. It's not good. I don't think that's correct. Just because people play games differently doesn't mean that we should have ill feeling towards people, right? Yeah. Not a fan. People resent successful and rich people IRL. I mean, I guess so, yeah. Take the game more seriously more often than the elitists. I would actually, well, that's probably true, but that's also only probably true because there's just more people who do that, right? There's like way more casual players than people who take the game seriously. So obviously, like the number of incidents is going to be higher, like one way or other than the other.
The Wayfinder was hot on her trail. With the help of their faithful journeykin, they sniffed out the direction she fled and gave chase.
I don't know, I think it's sad. It makes me a little bit sad knowing that it's just a very curious position for me to be in, guys, because there are people who, if the way that I enjoy playing games was removed, there are some people who would cheer that on. That is odd, I think, or I find that to be a curious state of affairs. How is it 0 to hero when you have Janthir skins? Wait. What? I'm actually not using any Janthir skins. You seem like a victim of your addiction if you're good at a game. I think this is a very interesting thing. I think sport is addictive as well, though. I know I was definitely addicted to sport for sure. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I am also a pretty addictive personality, so that's not terribly surprising. But yeah, absolutely. Like, when I was doing a lot of swimming, I was obsessed. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. So I think that, again, this is another category where it's, like, a little bit unfair, in a way. Isn't that Walker or Janthir skin? I mean, it is, but, I mean, it's... You get it for playing the game. How's the whole squad in the instance? When did that happen? I mean, well, it's not a raid. This is not the raid, guys. This is the Convergence. Teaching hand-eye coordination. What does watching sport give you? I mean, it could be a fun social activity. The thing is, I don't really look down on people's hobbies, guys. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you know, I think that people should do what they find joy in, you know? I don't really have a problem with people watching sport. Yeah, it's pretty good, yeah. I mean, Decima is good. Aura and Greer, I think, are pretty mid, but definitely not bad, yeah. Boom.
The Titan fled once more.
Yes. Will we have to have character model on high? I think they will fix it. There'll probably be like a patch pretty soon. Because maybe they'll do it with like the Decima nerf patch, because they're nerfing Decima pretty soon. Dig your work. Well, I'm glad you enjoy. Chess is the most addictive thing ever. Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I think that. I mean, it depends what you mean. It depends what you mean by addiction, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I can't tell you exactly what the proper definition would be for something like that. Are you on OnlyFans yet? No, I'm not. But maybe I'll join. Maybe I'll try and join. Maybe Arophia can get me in, because Arophia is like a. I think Arophia mods for. A variety of channels. I think for NMP. Yes. Inherent value in the social experiences. I agree, yes. This is very true. Wait. Has Nico killed the ultimate yet? Midnight Donut. Why are they called Midnight Donut? Is that like a meme? Is that like a Final Fantasy thing, guys? Or is it just a base name? They just like donuts. They haven't killed yet. Fucking noobs. Holy shit. 0.7%? Holy shit. Okay, it dies today then, based. Wait. Are they on the last phase? I can't tell. I'm trying to... I don't think... No, I don't think they are, actually. It's hard to tell, like, which anime girl is which phase. Has anyone killed her? Yeah. A bunch of girls have killed.
Hateful little creatures.
Is a straw man. The gaming addiction does not apply in 90% of people playing games. Oh, I think what people were talking about was mostly that it could appear that way, right? And I think that part of that is because the issue I was talking about, right? I think that people tend to look down on people who put a lot of time into gaming more so than other hobbies, right? Apart from investing more in gaming, that's what happened with my friends. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, you know, I think that's definitely like where most people are at. But I'd say that's where most people are at with every hobby, though. Like, you know, not... Most people aren't going to go, like, fucking really intense on every hobby they have. Or any hobby, really. Master of waifus. Jester, unlike you, I don't coom. Jester is a Guna. He's rank 2. Rank 1 Guna is Jester's ult. I play more games than draw. Doesn't mean you can't be good at your passion or your job. Exactly. True. Holy shit. We got bonked. Oh, hang on. The red player is about to maybe go for a big connection. About the name. Midnight Sabbath is a mechanic from the latest Savage Raid's final boss. A donut is a content from a mechanic where the boss is a proximity-based AoE, where the safe spot is close to the boss. The damage zone is shared with the donut. Interesting, actually. I have to ask Nico once they're done with the raid, like if that's correct. It also describes a midnight snack. I mean, that is true. Yeah, that is true. It is a little bit of both. Boom. You crave a midnight donut. Exactly. Just get a donut. A little bit of blood sugar going, guys. Get that going and then just pump. Die. Wow. Good job, Decima. Decima really just unleashing here. Just smushing. Boom. I converged. Character naming is an underappreciated aspect of MMO mastery. It actually is. Having a good RP name, I think, is high tier. You want to have a good RP name. Incredible. Dude, it's kind of base that the ultimate is 19 minutes long. I'm just going to say it, guys. That's, I like that. I do want, like, a 15-minute WoW fight. I think that does happen, though, sometimes. And we need it to happen again. You know, I wish there was another... You know what I'm really feeling like I'm missing, guys, in Guild Wars 2 right now? Do you know what I feel like I'm missing? Is a second meta event or, like, boss in Janthea Wilds. You know? You know, I go, ooh, you know, I could really... You know what I'm thinking, guys? I'm like, ooh. I could really do with a meta event on Lowland Shore. Right? That's what I want. And I feel like I'm denied. I feel like I'm denied that. Yeah, Bog... They should have juiced up the Bog Queen more. I guess we can go and do the Bog Queen now. That can be, like, my replacement for what I'm craving right now. I just think... Oh, man. Yo, Green Death in the chat. No third map was a gamble. Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to have a meta event. You got the raid, though, so there is that. There, Jess. I like how Jester makes everything immediately sexual. Not a surprise, though. Knowing Jester. Do you guys know that Jester, when he does the Bog Queen, he doesn't attack her. He just tries to heal her. He comes on Scrapper, on Medkit, and tries to heal her. Boom. It's time. Bog Queen Mini. Is it buyable, or is it only a drop? Autumn's Breath. Oh, we've got this army of bears on Warclaws coming into the bog. It's time. Bog Queen is a low-tier event that consists of running in circles. Do Wolves really get this mount? You don't anymore, no. You can just get it from Janthea Wilds. Boom. Ah, yes. Oh, no. I need to write all of these ideas down. I want to get... I do want to get some conversations going about this stuff, guys. We need the conversation arc to come back.
The dead are rising. Protect the bearkin. We cannot leave the bog empty-handed.
There's a variety of topics I find interesting. Especially when it comes to design. And also promoting, like, cohesiveness. I find that I'm very fixated, guys. I am fixated on this idea of how do we design a game where there isn't animosity between different player groups. But it's a slight obsession I have right now. I keep thinking about it, and I keep wanting to talk about it every single stream. It's weird. I'm not sure if I'm expressing it particularly well, because when I look at the responses in chat, I feel like I'm not sure if people are getting what I'm saying here. But who knows? EOD is the story of a power plant maintenance worker. Yeah, it's basically The Simpsons. Cantha edition.
Push the dead back and keep fighting. A little more and we'll have as much as we need. No more, no less.
Mutual benefits. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Do you see when I was reacting to the guy who got 7-day ban? I actually did not. Holy shit. I need to... Is it a video? Oh. 25-minute react video to this guy getting banned for mega leaving keys.
I thought, you know, maybe asking for this type of thing to be sent to me, I would be getting people who actually were banned, or people like new people who were banned, and they would be sending me emails, and a lot of it would be word of mouth. But this is actually the best way that I could receive this, because it's actually coming from Blizzard. So we're going to take a look at this. I'm going to give my thoughts on this, and I would definitely like to hear your guys' thoughts on this down below, okay? So here's a player in the customer support forum, and I'm going to say we were actually just talking about this in yesterday's video, about like a different game. I think it was like Rust or something like that.
Let's react.
They have this like support forum, and people constantly post like, I didn't do anything that I should be banned for. You guys are bad. Unfix this problem or whatever. Unmess this problem or whatever, you know. And then the people who run the forum, they'll post the facts and then shut them down, okay? And this is actually how Blizzard operates too, which I love. This guy who is going to reply to this guy I actually did meet when I went to BlizzCon. I think it was 2007.
Dude, holy shit.
A different person.
Post deleted by author. I guess I just get unbanned and stay in these groups that are awful and do. Oh, yeah.
This guy's gotta be one of the commenters. Did we just react to this guy's comment? Anyway, I say that.
Holy shit, this is big.
I leave are toxic people, or people that absolutely just dying over and over and over on trash and not going to time the key anyway. But guess that isn't allowed, lol. So. This is a big fucking deal. This is a fucking big deal. Huge deal.
Dude, he's so happy. He's so happy. He's full of joy.
Like, lol, this is only for people who intentionally grieve. This is for people who played Russian roulette and they decided to leave the group, and like just a bunch of fucking nonsense, right?
He's happy, guys.
It's only for the most extreme.
After
cases,
years
your
of depletes and people leaving, he's now happy.
Respect the group leader or the other people in the group and makes comments like, if you guys didn't see the video yesterday, stop watching this nonsense and go watch that instead. It's an hour and a half long. We react to some unhinged people, okay?
Unhinged.
This guy's like, he's there. He's pretty much right there. And it might not look like he's
the Bog
there,
Queen.
This is the WoW forum. So you're not allowed to say what some of those people said on my YouTube comments. This guy is there. He's based on this WoW forum version of this in the customer support. You know, you're obviously going to check yourself a little bit. He's there. This guy's in that same boat as those people who are like, lol, I can leave for whatever reason I want to. You just got fucking banned for it. I mean, this is
If
big.
the Bog Queen has
This
a
is
million
really
little
big,
servant
okay?
maggots, then I am one of them. If the Bog Queen has only 10 good little grubs, then I am one of them. If the Bog Queen has only one desperately devoted worm, then that is me. If the Bog Queen has no more beautiful baby slugs, that means I am no longer on this earth. If the squad is against the Bog Queen, then I am against the squad. Wow. Incredible. 6 minutes left after the third boss. Yeah, I mean, that's rough. That one might be a bit tricky to do, just on the time, with the damage nerfs. They're gonna have to, I guess, do bigger pulls. Do this weekly Convergence CMs? I think so, yeah. I think I already did those. I think I did every single one. Incredible. Tigress. What are you guys talking about Tigress here, man? The queen of the forest, domineering and dangerous. She lies proudly by the pond, making it clear who rules here. What the fuck is wrong with you people? A wild huntress, the fearless warrior of the forest, stood in a fighting stance, smelling the victim. Tigress. You people are crazy. Bog.
Let her win this bog. So long as the dead shall
The bog.
My children,
Squirm.
it's time to play. Squirm and infest.
ArtStation link. Tigress. Wait, you actually found the artist who drew this? The fuck is this? That's crazy.
It's time.
How many skirmish tickets do you have? I think like 8k. I think I could make full legendary if I wanted to. Yeah, 8.4k. Incredible. I like how they're not looking at Booba. He's still got his little suit on. He's got his tuxedo on. Why do you think he wears a tux, guys? Why does the Booba Peepo wear a tux? What's up with that? And even when he's not looking, he's still wearing it. He's a man of culture, I see. He's full of class. I guess that makes sense. Kill the Bog Queen. Do you remove the command? No, I think all commands have a cooldown on, so they don't go forever.
These nasty bears come to spoil our home.
Nasty bears. He's taking the game seriously.
Bears will reap what they've sown.
Boom.
Come. It's time to wake. Rise. Rise from their
Incredible.
poison lake.
We did it. Pull her down to shatter the shield. Isabella from New World. Yeah, a little bit like that, yeah. Have you actually done that dungeon? Have you done the dungeon? Like the Tempest Heart? Actually, I've never done that in New World. I'm not even close through the main story, actually. There's so much fucking main story in New World now. They added so much. It's crazy. Why is Legendary Relic so expensive? Well, I mean, it just is. Enjoy it. Want to get the X packs, so don't have to level. Well, I mean, you still have to level, right? But I do want to play the game a little bit and get used to it, so we can go hard, right? When they release the full PvP stuff. Do you remember when you started Zero to Hero series? I mean, I think it was like what, 2 years ago at this point.
The bear can always assume some great tragedy happened.
Boom.
She was a tale, a night terror,
A Night Terror.
and there are a great many of those here.
Wow.
I didn't think who is she? Where?
The Bog Queen is
I
gone.
have so many questions. Perhaps the stranger stirred her dark magic awake. If we kill her, will she rest?
The Bog Queen. Wow.
For now, the bog must heal.
Convergence seems to have good loot. Yeah, they do have good loot, yeah.
Patience, water and clean air.
Despite being behind by at least 30 levels. Just,
The
I had to let you
strangers
win.
we will
I had to let you win. I had to let you have something, as opposed to having nothing and being nothing. There you go. That's the truth.
bask in the glow of nature's beauty.
Wayfinder, thank the spirits. You've got to help me get out of this forsaken swamp.
Improve the perception of raiders in the eyes of casuals. Well, it's just... I think the problem with stuff like raids is that raids are inherently exclusionary. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that the idea of a raid, at its core, it's that not everyone is going to be able to clear it. Like, raids are designed in such a way that not everyone will beat it, right? Because they're a challenge. And if there's any challenge, some people won't be able to overcome that challenge. So raids are inherently exclusionary. And if you get excluded, you're probably not going to be that happy about it. And it's actually a core feature of raids. Raids cannot exist without in some way being exclusionary. Because even if you do difficulty settings, you're still excluding people just from like the higher difficulty settings, right? Like there's still that exclusionary element to it, which is kind of a you run into something that's like very difficult to resolve here. I think it's like, how do you actually handle that? Like how do you handle the fact that pretty much no matter what, the way you design, you know, if you have anything that's difficult, like some people are going to get left out. There's just no way around that. Yeah. I think I need to buy a bunch of these amalgamated gemstones. I'm going to buy like 50. Boom. There we go. We try PO2 on release? Nah, not really. I'm not really a big ARPG kind of gamer. Have improving the game's performance as a lower player count limit. That's pretty much the best you're gonna get. Like, you're on the right course there. You're onto something. Rift eventually made its raids Peepo tutorial content. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it is in most games as well at this point. But it's not... It's weird because it's not enough. Like, what I'm trying to figure out, guys, is this like a game design issue or is this actually like a human issue? I'm leaning towards it's almost like a human issue. Because, you know, the thing is, guys, I'm going to be real, okay? I don't know how to resolve this because I think, well... You know, I'm okay with stuff like difficulty settings, but... I really understand why people aren't okay with them. And I actually think people... I don't think people make this argument. I think people are very bad at defending why they don't want difficulty settings in games. And I think I know why. And I think I understand the argument. The thing is that if you're like a minority group, right? And this is like hardcore gamers, right? Not many people feel this way. If you actually try to make the content that you like more accessible, it will be taken away from you. Because in a lot of ways, that is exactly what happened with Guild Wars 2. There was a time where Guild Wars 2 was basically the perfect game for me, right? Like, they were leaning into hardcore content, into PvP, right? Into world versus world. It was pretty much the perfect game for me. But... then it basically completely abandoned me, right? Like the games company said, well, you know, we're going to cater to this group of people instead, right? And it's like, well, I basically watched the game diverge from everything that I like, over time until the point where we got to where we are now, right? And this is also the conflict, because the conflict I have here is that on the one hand, I think it's wrong to kind of act purely in self-interest and say, well, actually, no, I don't want to make the game more accessible. I actually want to keep people out. I do want to gatekeep people. I want them away so that my game, my experience is, like, preserved. But on the other hand, I think the problem is that I don't agree with that philosophically, right? I don't like that. I like the idea of welcoming people in, right? And, you know, getting as many people into the game as possible and making it accessible. Like, I want everyone to be able to experience stuff like raids. I want everyone to be able to experience the game in a way that they're comfortable. So I have these two competing ideas. What I'm trying to get at here is that my philosophy leads to my eradication, right? Like, this is the weird meme. Like, I am a big fan of accessibility and, like, you know, difficulty settings and stuff, but fundamentally, that philosophy will lead to the game being taken away from me. This is something that I really wrestle with. It's very, very complex for me to deal with, right? Because, you know, even if you look at a game like WoW, there is this sense of is that the part of WoW that I like is kind of a mini game, right? It's like Mythic Raiding and Mythic Plus. Those two things are kind of mini games in a sense, right? It's not really the main game. I think it's very hard for me to reconcile these two ideas. Asmund famously hates difficulty settings. Yeah, and I would maybe one day will be relevant enough to debate him on that because yeah, I think difficulty settings are good. I'm a difficulty setting enjoyer, difficulty setting fan. Love to see it. Yeah. Without the contrast of casuals, I disagree with that. I don't really care how other people play the game. I only really care about how I play the game. That is just the way it is. Okay. It's time. I think we make the spear, guys. I believe it is time to make the spear. Can I actually craft this stuff? Or do I have to buy it? I think I can craft it. Oh yeah, look, I can make these planks. Big. Stall more? No, I am done with stalling, guys. I'm gonna make the orichalcum. Here we go. Ooh. Sweet treated pine plank. How expensive is this? 3 gold! Uh-oh. That's pretty rough. Fortunately, I have about 1 million of these chests, so I think we're in business. Ah, yes. Heart Vendor a bit more expensive. Well, I guess we can just craft. Well, I mean, I can craft, though. It's time to craft. All right. Gamers, it's actually time. I've been stalling all week. I've been stalling for years, in eternity. We're making the legendary spear. It's time. I don't really know how to make it, but we're going to use the in-game guide. The game is going to guide my path. We will follow the instructions on these gifts, and we will make things. It's going to be great. No more stalling. Let's go. I have a variety of things that we've got about here. I've got some legendary components like lying around. Let's see. Let's see if we can figure this out. See if we can figure out how to actually make the new legendary spear for Janthea Wilds. All right, let's do this one first. Combine 25 tales of adventure, a gift of bones, a memory of Bearkin's hunt, a memory of Bearkin's victories to create a gift of recollector of memories. Okay. Look, we're going to have the true Guild Wars 2 experience, guys. We're going to get bamboozled here by trying to figure out how this works. Wait, what am I missing a gift? Bearkin's victories? Bearkin's adversaries? Or adversaries, rather. Oh, this is like the precursor thing. Yeah, I think this is like the precursor. Okay, let's do the precursor then. That's piss. 6 Deldrimor steel spearheads, 6 large spiritwood hearths, 6 vision crystals, a memory of Bearkin's adversaries. Okay, yeah, so we can make the precursor. This seems like a good place to start. Okay, Deldrimor steel spearheads. I think I actually have to make those, don't I? Wait, can I buy those? Oh, I think I can actually buy those. Maybe I can't. Oh, there we go. Wait, no, that's not it. Yeah. Yeah, now everyone's going to just mass buy these, so I get completely screwed. Deldrimor Steel Spear Head. Oh, maybe you do have to craft that. It's not showing up. It's over. That's fine, though. I presume I actually need to be a weaponsmith for that. Is that a relog moment? It's probably going to be a relog moment, because I actually have... Yeah, I have weaponsmithing on my Revenant. How mildly inconvenient. 6 vision crystals, 6 large spiritwood hafts. Okay, we can do that. Easy. It was second in the list. Wait, was it actually? I think that, no, I don't know. That was Darksteel. Nice try. Oh, look, this guy first gaffs, and he was wrong. You're exposed. Okay, it's Revenant time. I'm logging in. Here we go. Log in. All right, here we go. First gaff. So now we're going to have to purchase some Deldrimor steel. Whoa, I have an achievement chest on this character. There it is. Okay. So let's see what we need. We need weaponsmithing. Deldrimor steel spearhead. Okay, we actually have the ingots already. But I need 6 of these. So we need a total of 18 ingots. So I need 15. Let's just buy those. Boom. Lovely. Then I need 1,000,000 thermocatalytic reagents. Let's just spam buy these things. I'll just get a whole bunch and then have some spare ones. Lovely. Huge. Surely that's enough. Spearhead. 6. Go. And then what do I need for the spear haft? Wait, can I even make that? It was spirit wood, I think. Ah, I assume it was this. Large spirit wood haft? Ah, yeah, here we go. Hammers and spears. Yeah, so I need 6 of these, I believe. I like how you need 6 of them for 1 spear. That's huge. I guess we need 12. Boom. Easy buy. And we need more thermocatalytic reagents. Huge. And there it is. Boom. Planks obtained. Large spirit wood haft. And then, yeah, I needed vision crystals. I probably already have those, though. I can't imagine that I wouldn't have vision crystals. I guess I'll check the bank. Material storage. I have 8. Perfect. Okay. I realize now that making the spear on my Rev would actually make sense because it has weaponsmithing, but I'm not going to do that because I'm too lazy. Back to Frugal Fighter, log in. Here we go. I love crafting. I love crafting. And more importantly than loving crafting, I also love following the in-game UI. The in-game UI is going to guide us to crafting this spear. I refuse to use the internet, guys. I will not go on the internet. Okay. So now we can make the precursor. That's a good start. Here we go. So let's see. Boom. 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 There it is. The spearheads. And there you have it. Oh, wait. Never mind. We have the gift of a sharpened tip. Okay. Combine the Mystic Forge, a gift of sharpened tip, a gift of metal, a standing stone timer, remnant, and a metal bear helmet, remnant, to create the precursor. Remnants can be bought from Renown Heart vendors if you lost the items. Oh, the standing stone. Yeah, okay, those things. I think I put those in the bank, actually. Yeah, I think I know what it's talking about. Oh, no, there you go. Look, I've got it. Yeah, so it's that thing. The war helm. The war helm, right? Yeah, the bear helmet. And then this. And then I need a gift of metal. I think I can do gift of metal with armorsmith. Okay. Metal. Oh, wait, is it only weaponsmith? Oh, maybe I don't have the recipe. That is actually a possibility. Oh, no, it's from this vendor, isn't it? Here we go. It might be weaponsmith only. Gift of metal. It is. Oh, yeah. Okay. Back to the Rev, then. Exciting. Yeah, this is. It's hype, Alcar. Good evening. We're making the spear. Legendary spear activates. Here we go. I'm not really a crafting enjoyer. Like, you know, I'm not... Look, I'm going to say this. I have never seen a fun crafting system. Fact. Oh, we actually do need a... We do need a gift of bones, I think, at some point. Orichalca ingots, I already have a bunch. So, we actually need some of these for later, I think. So, I'm just going to... I'll buy a bunch of them. Let's just do like 200. Mithril ingots. I think we can just... Yeah, we can make those. I haven't bought all the map shards yet, but we're going to get to that. Here we go. I have played Terraria. Crafting wasn't good there either. Like, name me one game that has good crafting. None! 0. Doesn't exist. Go. Go, 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 go. Look how quickly I'm smelting. I'm not even moving. And I'm smelting all these ingots. This is crazy. No, no game has good crafting. Because this is what crafting is. You just click a button, you get the item. Okay, if you actually had to, like... If you had to full RP craft, you know, you have to, like, hammer the metal into a sword shape, that will be high tier. Okay, you actually have to go full RP. But this isn't that. Oh, these ones are really annoying to make. I'm just going to buy them. Boom. Platinum ingots. Easy. Need 220 of those. Love to see it. If it was full RP, it would be acceptable, but no. Outside of that, it is low tier RP. The worst insult I can possibly give. Yeah. True. Exactly. See, Nika is right. I'm on Nika's side here. I'm not sure if crafting can be good. Isn't even in some way good. You know, I guess what you could do, I guess you can actually see every component. So I could just go after every single one of these things, right, if I wanted to. But actually, this way is more fun. We're going to read the text on the gifts and make things. That's high tier. Okay, let's do it. Yes. Log in. 2 hours of crafting. I mean, look, this is quite likely to take a good amount of time, which I think is kind of interesting to consider in and of itself, right? Like, you know, I remember back when they were in Season 4, right? When we were adding all the extra legendaries, like the Gen 2 ones. Like, I remember that I would go like, oh, the Shining Blade is dropping, let's go, I'm getting the Shining Blade. And then it would just take so long to actually craft it. It's like, oh my god. Like, I'm here just like crafting all these like ingots and trying to make stuff. It was crazy. Okay, so there we go. I think this should make the precursor now. There we go. Nurhamr has been created. Feels like it's missing a couple of letters. Oh, you can actually sell it. Interesting. So I could actually, if you want to, and this is something that is worth noting about this entire process, is that this legendary is insanely profitable. Like, if you want to make gold, selling stuff that goes into this legendary, like the heart tokens or the homestead currency tokens, doing that, you are going to get juiced, my friends. It is insanely profitable, like every component is, because everyone's going for it. Obviously, it will go down over time, but yeah, very, very good right now. Okay. So there we are. We have now done 1/4 of it. That's how it works, right? Like one of the 4 items we need, therefore it's 1/4. So let's try this one then. Tales of Adventure, a gift of bones, a memory of Bearkin's hunts, and a memory of Bearkin's victories. Where's my memory of, Wait, have I just somehow not finished it in some way? I feel like I'm missing a gift. Memory of Bearkin's hunts. Is that something I have to create? I feel like that is. Or maybe it's just in my inventory and my inventory management is backfiring here. Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, Bearkin's hunts, Bearkin's victories. Memory of Titan slaying. Okay. Oh, yeah, so we can do this. We can do this. Yeah, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. So I need to make a gift of bones. And then I think I already have these Tales of Adventure. You just get a bunch of those for doing the story. So that's that. Okay. Gift of bones. You got it. I'm on it! Bones. Wait, can I not make that? Really? Wait. I feel like you can make these gifts on any crafting material. Or maybe you can't. It's been a while since I've done any crafting, guys. I know I could do it on my Rev. But I guess maybe not on Armorsmith. No, I definitely have the recipe because I've made a bunch of legendaries and you need that one. But I have it on my Rev. It's fine. We're doing a lot of relogging. Get used to this loading screen. You're going to learn to love it. Here we go. Weaponsmithing station. Gift of bones. Oh, that's easy. Look, we can already make it. I've already got the stuff. That's what happens when you just play the game and let all the materials pile up. Huge. Easy. Gift of bones has been created. We get a little bit of achievement progress there. The game has just informed me that I didn't misclick and make the wrong item by accident. That's generally a good start. All right, we go back. Guys, I do not use fastload.dll. I never use fastload.dll, and I never have used fastload.dll. In fact, I report everyone who uses fastload.dll. Okay. All right, then. Gift of bones obtained. I think, wait, do I have a Mystic Forge conduit? I do, yeah. I don't even have to go over to the NPC. This is huge. This is a game changer. Okay. Tales of Adventure. Boom, boom, boom. Huge. All right. We have the Gift of Recollector of Memories. Okay, then. Combine a Gift of Recollector of Memories, 100 Mystic Runes, a Gift of the Mists, a Gift of Research, and the Mystic Forge. Okay, so we need Gift of Research and Gift of the Mists. Okay, so that's basically like the PvP stuff.
What do you need?
So we need all of this shit, I think. Yeah, we need Gift of War. Yeah, Gift of Glory. Gift of War. I think it's at 100 Mystic Runestones. I think it was 100, right? Yeah, I mean, it's usually 100. Yeah, 100 Mystic Runestones, 100 gold. Boom. There it is. Love to see that. So we have to do Gift of the Mist. I think I have loads of Gifts of Battle in the bank. Here we go. Gift. Oh, I guess I can take the world versus map completion ones. Where are my Gifts of Battle? Oh, there we are. We need a cube of stabilized dark energy. I'm pretty sure any crafting can make that. Yeah, there we go. Ball of dark energy. Oh, we have to salvage some ascended gear. Okay. I can do that. Oh, I actually definitely can do that. I've got a bunch of spare ascended gear that I don't really need anymore, I think. Although, wait, what should I salvage? Let's go get a kit. I am an ascended salvage enjoyer. Here we go. I'm sure I've just got some random junk that I can... I'll get a 20 slotter. No reason why not to. I can probably get some value out of that. Right, I've got some just useless junk in the bank, probably. What we can do... So, look. An ascended weapon with settler stats. Yeah, I think we can sacrifice that for a legendary. This is what you want to do, because, you know, you can obviously change the stats of stuff, but, I mean, yeah, let's, you know, come on. Come on! Here we go. Boom! We have our beautiful, wonderful ball of dark energy. Get that done. Easy. Okay. So gift of war, gift of battle, cube of dark energy. Okay. You know, I actually think they've really taken some big strides on this. Like, I'm curious how people are going to react to this. Because on the one hand, people are going to go, wow, this looks really involved and unhinged. And you are correct in saying that. But trust me, you could... I actually think it's kind of cool that just by reading the in-game tooltips, the game is guiding me. It is guiding me on my way to making this legendary. We are kind of getting there. We are getting there. Gift of research, though. Let's see. Does the... I think I actually remember what you need for the gift of research, but I'm not sure if it's telling me that. Oh, I guess it will tell me here, right? Where is the gift of research? Ah, there we go, see? In the Mystic Forge, combine 500 hydrocatalytic reagents, 250 thermocatalytic reagents, and 250 exotic essences of luck. Okay. So we need 50 stacks of this for 500 of those. So that's research notes. These are actually really easy to get now. You just auto-salvage helms. You make exotic helms with, like, terrible dire stats. Boom, auto-salvage that instantly. It's free. Okay. 25 stacks of these. And then after that, essences of luck. And how many of those do I have? I have 236, so we're going to have to craft up a couple. Here we go. Luck. Oh, I mean, we can actually just kind of cut to the chase here. Let's do the rare ones into the exotic ones. Go. You can do this at 0 artificer, by the way. So even if you don't have the luck, it's very easy to convert your lucks. You just need 0. That's why I've got 25 artificer. It goes up to 25. Right, cancel that. Give me the exotic ones. Beautiful. This can be a bit of a pain if you don't have the luck, but if you just like farm a bunch of open world, you'll get these pretty quickly. And yeah, on the armor system thing, so what you can do is this. To be clear, I want to... Disclaimer, this is not the most cost efficient, but it's very time efficient. So the way that I do research notes is this. Like, you can just buy... You can figure out which is the cheapest one. It might not be dire right now. It was dire when I was doing it. Just buy... We'll do one just for some edification, right? We can buy our materials here. You can craft these two if you want. Let's craft a helm thing. And we can... craft this helmet casing, so we've got that going. Lovely. Get the insignia. Get the insignia. Boom. And then you just do automatic salvage. Here it is. Huge. 100 research nodes big. Do that. Easy peasy. Very, very quickly. And there's probably some cheaper ones. There's like some really cheap ones you can do. I think it's definitely not that anymore. That was kind of expensive. Like 70 silver, that doesn't feel that good, but that's like the way I do it. You can go on the internet and find the cheapest one. Or don't. Maybe you're just mega lazy like me. You have no regard for personal finance. Right. Here we go. Oh, we have to make the gift of research first. Gift of research coming right up. Easy. It would be kind of funny if I consumed the luck by accident, wouldn't it? And there you have it. Gift of research has now been unlocked. And now we can put all of that together. And that will give us another gift. What does that give us? Ah, that's the... Yes, that's another final component. Okay, that's actually another final component we've got done there. Lovely. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that means that we just have to make these two things now. The Gift of Janthir Wilds, and the Gift of Gatherer of the Hunt. So what do we need to do for Gift of Janthir Wilds? So create the Mystic Forge by Gift of Gatherer of the Hunt. Oh, so we need to make this thing first then. Ah, so this is like the big... This is the money sink. Combine a Gift of Gatherer of the Hunt, a Gift of Uncovered Grounds, a Gift of Expertise, and a Bloodstone Shard in the Mystic Forge to create Gift of Janthir Wilds. Oh, yeah, okay. So we make this thing with 100 treated planks, 100 neutralized ingots of Titanstone, 100 shards of Lowland Shore, and 100 shards of Janthir Sintry. And I guess we should just go ahead and do that then. How much of this can you buy? Can you buy the treated plank? I think you can. I think you can buy all of this. Wait, is that what they mean when they say that? Do they mean 100 sweet treated pine plank? I think they do. Neutralized ingots. You can definitely buy that. Wait, oh, wait, this is actually very interesting. I feel like the wording is slightly wrong here. Wait, no, actually, wait, whoa. Wait, is that what they're talking about? I feel like it has to be. Oh, we can make this right now, actually. The Gift of Uncovered Grounds. Because we have the... Yeah, we can actually just make that. Nice, let's do that. One thing kind of off the list. Okay, let's go. I'm forging. I'm forging! Guys! I'm forging! Huge. Gift of Uncovered Grounds. Huge. Very nice. Okay. I like how it says I still haven't got the Gift of Battle, even though I did. It's because it doesn't proc until you get a new one, which is actually very unlikely to happen. Okay, Gift of Embracing Refuge. So you make this with 250 refined metal, 250 refined fiber, 250 refined wood, and 250 shard. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that right now. To the homestead we go. Oh, no! You can't do it in the VIP area. Okay, this is cursed. What is going on? I have to leave the mists to do this? This sucks. I'm uninstalling. I have officially uninstalled. Go. We go to the... Let's get all the homestead stuff. They should actually fix that. That's annoying. That is annoying, actually. Okay, now we have to be a little bit careful not to self-troll here, because we need a bunch more of these shards, specifically 90 more. 90 more shards of the homestead. Let us refine. Let's see. Let's get the doubles. Because we need a full stack. We need a full stack, I believe, of these. Right? Yes. Wait, actually, let me buy the upgrade here, I think. Yeah, the trade capacity. Yeah, because now I can get 300 a week. That should allow me to not have to spend any gold on buying these. Because now I can get the cap. Yeah. As you can see, I have not done anything with my homestead, by the way, guys. I am not a homesteader. Now, the interesting thing here is that you're limited to 300 purchases. So it's actually, you do want to go, if you want to get like the maximum out of the weekly time gate, you do actually want to go for the doubles, because they only count as one purchase, I think. Like, if I do 114, or 100 of these. Oh, yeah, you can do 100, right? But like, if you do 100 purchases, right? It only goes down by 200. So we got 200. Oh, it went back down by 100, right? Like, if, you know, so you get more transactions, right? You get more items out by doing this. Let's see. What are the... I have no idea what the good ones are. I'm going to buy the convenient ones. Where's the double? Give me the doubles. Okay, sage leaves. Hand over the sage leaves. And I think that's actually enough, because you need one of each to make a shard of the homestead, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, yeah, you just purchase them, right, from the NPC. Yeah. Okay, done. Lovely. Let's continue. It's a nice house, though. I didn't feel like I needed to modify it, guys. It was looking good already. Okay, there's the double. And I think we're in a similar situation, right? I just need to... We can just do 200 of those. And that should be where we need to be. I think. Yeah. That's actually too many, but I guess we can sell a couple. Or just not buy as many. We can have a little bit of spare left over. Yeah. Here we go. I don't have any orichalcum, but I do... Oh, I can't get the good ones here. Unlucky. How many mithrils have I got? I have 0 mithrils. Well, this sucks. Surely I don't... Wait, do I get trolled here? I need to be a little bit careful. I should buy orichalcum, I think. Oh no, I might have to leave my homestead. Because otherwise I might not actually be able to get enough to buy all of these. Let me quickly check. How many do I need? Because I need 250 of each and another 90 as well. So I think we actually might have to be a little bit careful. I might have to go buy some orichalcum. Oh, Charlotte Homestead is 5 each. So yeah, we actually need a lot. We need a whole bunch of these. It might actually be better to buy these with gold. And then just use the ones that I get here. Just buy these. Because otherwise I might end up getting trolled. I might get time-gated. A little bit. This might be an orichalcum moment. So wait, how many of these do I actually need? I need 90 times 5. So I need 450. Yeah, I should buy these. They're not very expensive anyway. But it's kind of expensive to buy these. Like, I imagine it's very profitable. There's no way that there are 1 gold each. So yeah, we need 250 of each. Then we have to reserve the rest. Yeah. Do you buy all upgrades? Nah, I'm going to spend gold on this. I don't want to... I will be real here. I do not like messing around with systems like this whatsoever. It makes me angry, okay? You know, I can feel the rage starting to boil. It's like, listen, like, I've got to go through all these different vendors, like 17 vendor steps to make this. Listen, let me play my game, okay? Let me play my video game, all right? What the hell's going on? Yeah, we're definitely going to be paying a bit of a tax there. I guess we can craft as many as we possibly can. Save a little bit of cash. Oh, we have to go load screen. No. Maybe I've got some... I wish I had the permanent TP right now. That would be very nice. Yeah, we are currently in Shopping Wars 2. Man, this is so interesting, actually. It's going to take a long time. This is going to take a long time, guys. This is crazy. Lower the cost, just the quantity that you can buy. Yeah, you can just buy more and more and more. If you fully upgrade, you can buy loads of those things. Let me actually start to liquidate. We're going to need a bit of cash. We're going to need just a little bit of cash. And I think, what are we going to sell? I actually don't need antique summoning stones, so these can just go, I think. Let's just dump these. I'll just sell a couple hundreds of gold's worth of stuff. We actually need a good amount of liquidity here because we're going to need to buy the heart currencies because I sold them for profit a while ago. So we are going to actually do a little bit of a sell-off because I need cash. I have loads of tier 6. We can dump some of these. We don't need that many of these. I also have laurels I can sell. I think dumping some mystic coins is going to be good. I don't think we need mystic coins. What's the expensive gift for this legendary? I think it's the gift of expertise, right? This is like the swipey one. Yeah, mystic clovers. Might magic. Gift of clothes. So we don't actually need mystic coins. Okay, so we can just dump these then. Yup. Don't need them. Lovely. Let's just sell these as well. Goodbye, materials. You've been hoarded for long enough. You will now be cast aside. Lovely. And I need to buy orichalcum as well. Let's buy orichalcum. Oh, whoops. Stack of that. Lovely. 500 gold in the pocket. That should keep us going at least for the time being. It's going to be a bit expensive. We're going to have to liquidate a little bit, guys. We're going to have to do a little bit of liquidation here. But that's kind of like, that is the way to play the end. That is how I kind of manage my character's economy. We really shouldn't be instilling here, but I don't care. Okay. These would actually sell pretty quickly, by the way. There is no reason to do what I'm doing other than I just want to know how much gold I've got and I'm not keeping track of it. I just want to know like vaguely how much I've got so I know how much I like where we're at and how much more I might need to sell depending on the situation. Okay, that'll do for now. Let's dump these runestones as well. Runestones, get out of here. Runestone Rat has been tirelessly collecting these for me, and now that hard work is paying off. Ambergris, gone. Right. Oh, yeah, Memories of Aurene. These can go too. These are actually juicy. Man, like, doing something like Dragonstorm is so insane. Look how juicy that is. Mmm. Huge. Nice. Condensed gifts. Yeah, you just need tier. You don't need a lot of tier 6 for that. You need mostly, like, the lower tier ones. I think I've got most of those. I can make basically all of them, I think. Right. Back to the homestead. We are making big progress. Huge progress. Yeah, we are doing some UI gaming. I am a UI gamer. Right. Back. Go. It would be... Oh, man, it would be really nice, actually, if you could use it in the VIP areas. Having to, like, load out and then load in again, I will admit, that is slightly frustrating, guys. I will be completely honest with you here. Do I need any more of the Ursuses? I don't think I do, right? I don't think we need any more. We could actually... We could play this smart, guys. Should I do it? Is it time to be an intelligent gamer? Although, I will admit, it would be really funny to do this in the most stupid brute force way imaginable and then annoy people. I admit, guys, that I would like that. That would entertain me. But maybe we'll opt for a hybrid approach. We'll be like a little bit smart. We'll go for some mild intelligence, but maybe not full intelligence, you know? That could be the way. Okay. Huge. Orichalcums. Easy. 232. Boom. All right. So. Now. We actually have 2 stacks. Oh yeah, no, we can get away with this. Maybe we'll just slam some of the. We can maybe play this a bit smarter. I was despairing for a moment there because the numbers were large and I was confused and the numbers scared me. But maybe we can actually, yeah, we can play this a. Oh, this is piss. This is piss. I thought it was a lot worse than it was. I got scared. I had a moment of terror, a moment of sheer fear. Realizing what the game was asking from me. But nah, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. So we need another 40. So how much is that? We need 200 extra of each. So we need another 170 odd ore ones. Only about 10 woods. And then another 80. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're fine. We're good. I thought we were in trouble there for a moment. Okay, so we can just do an upgrade here for the 200 Ursuses. Yeah. That seems like a pretty good deal. That's interesting. Yeah. 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 Let's do that. Big. We do need those planks later on, but that's not a problem. I guess we can do some of these seaweeds. Oh, I can do the truffles. Here we go. I think that's actually... I think if we just do all of these, that's actually enough. 90 fibers? I think that's enough, right? We need 200 extra. That is not enough. We'll just do... boom. 200. That's 450, which is exactly how many we need. Nice. To the wood. We said we're good too many times. Listen, I've got to make myself feel better about this, guys. Like, this is hard, okay? This is hard. Cut me some slack over here. Okay. I wonder if it would actually be efficient to buy this option instead. It actually might be. Obviously, you kind of want to go for all of them eventually. The lumber mill. How many of these do we have? We actually have a whole bunch of them. Oh, no, wait. We have... Oh, hang on, I'm trolling. Because we have a... Oh, I wasn't counting the ones I have in material storage for some reason. Oh, no, what have I done? Well, I kind of played myself here a little bit. You hate to see that. Okay. So, we have... we only need, like, 10 of these. We need, like, just a couple more. I'll just buy 50. Just overkill it a bit. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Lovely. Next! The forge. So this is the one we actually need the most of. I'm out of lowland pine logs, but fortunately, guys, I've been hoarding Hero's Choice chest, so I'm not... Look at this. Oh, you thought you were going to make me do another loading screen game? Oh, I actually feel bad for the game. I feel bad for the game right now, because it thought it was going to fuck me, and it was going to be able to make me do another loading screen. You fool. You fool! Nice try, kid. All right, there we go. I outplayed. We got the outplay there. However, I might not have outplayed hard enough, as I'm not sure I have enough stuff. Which is unfortunate. Okay, let's just go for it. So how many of the... Yeah, we need... We kind of need to go for the platinums here, don't we? I need platinum. Yeah, I think it's actually not enough either way. Because I didn't go for the platinum. I needed to go for the platinum immediately. I think that the game has actually defeated me. I believe the game has won, guys. Although we can just spend some gold on it, right? We can just throw a bit of cash. Yeah, we can just do this one. And then we've outplayed. Now I've outplayed the game. But I do need to go and get platinum. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll do another loading screen. Okay, okay. All right, all right. Scan? Nah, it's fine, it's fine. That's obviously a terrible deal, but we do what we gotta do. Okay. Hand over the platinum. Hand over the platinum. How many do I need? I need 57, I think, because it was asking for 1 platinum each. Boom. Oh, more loading screens. I should leave this mist area, so I don't have to get trolled and come back. I should not be using the VIP pass. The VIP pass is currently griefing me. Through the door. I'm crafting! Guys! I'm crafting! Ah! Okay, now I go all in. All in on the platinum. Huge. Lovely. Okay, so that is now enough. That's actually slightly too many, but that's fine. Wait! Wait, I didn't need to buy it! Wait, I actually trolled. I actually trolled. Whoops! Listen, numbers are hard, okay? Numbers are hard. I thought I needed to buy some. I thought I couldn't get enough, but that was actually fake news. Yeah, I need exactly 90 of these things. Oh, wait, no, not 90. Actually, whoa, that would have been one hell of a misclick. 40 is how many I need. And that will leave me with 280, 291, 270. There we go. All right. There you have it. And that is another gift, I think, locked in. Oh, I have to stack them together. There we go. Boom. Boom. Where am I? Where are the logs? Oh, are the logs in the bank? Oh, they are in the bank. Wait, shouldn't I? Oh, no. Okay, fine. I was excited to be able to craft it, but that's actually not a reality for me right now. And I don't even have a bank. I actually have to do another loading screen. This game is too hard. Oh, the crafting tables would be the bank, actually, in the homestead. So that was something I could have done that. But no, actually, I prefer loading screens, actually. So, I've changed my mind. Here we go. All right. This is it. I will now craft 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Huge forge. And it is worth noting, by the way, that what you can do with your time gate, right? This is actually something that's kind of key to understand in making gold. This legendary has mega time gates attached to it, yeah? So the refined materials are time gated, you can use that time gate to make those little homestead gifts and then sell them on the TP. So we go here, right? You can use your time gate to make these and then sell them at a massive profit, about 4x what it's going to cost you, and sell that to other players. Mega profit with your weekly homestead time gate and with the hearts. I'm going to swipe for these because I'm not going to do like 5 weeks of hearts. No, thank you. But you can use your weekly heart lockout to actually get a whole bunch of cash here. Also, one thing that's worth noting, by the way, is that just like antique summoning stones, the price of these goes up as the week goes on and then drops when the supply comes in on weekly reset. So today it's Saturday. I am buying this at pretty much the worst possible time, but we're doing it for the content. Oh yeah. But yeah, if you're buying these, you want to do them at the start of the week when everyone's dumping them from the reset. If you're selling, you want to sell them late in the week when the price is going to go higher as the kind of supply, like the dump, essentially, like the supply drops because people have dumped them and then bought them at the start of the week. So there you go. That's some advice on how to maximize your insane time gate value. Okay, so let's line up all of our variety of things. What does it want us to... What do you want from me now, game? What do you want from me? Gift of the Homesteader. Combine a gift of Janthir Wilds, a gift... Oh, yeah. Okay, we make this thing. Gift of Embracing Refuge. This thing. Gift of Condensed Might, Condensed Magic, and 38 Clovers. Okay, that I can do. You have got that. Now, I've been playing a whole bunch of World vs. World, so I have a variety of Mystic Clovers, as you can see here. Pretty good. And I even have reward tracks, right? Like, really nice thing is I got all of the relics, even the ones from the later patches, by just doing reward tracks, by playing World vs. World. You can store these, right? Look at this. They retroactively add the new relics to World vs. World and PvP reward tracks. So you can store these things up and instantly unlock the new relics. And, of course, they're good for making legendaries because they got clovers and stuff. That's what I did. It is good. You could do it as well. Or not. I guess it's up to you. So let's see. We have to make the... I think I have to go back to Weaponsmith, don't I, for this? Yeah, I do. How mildly inconvenient. Yeah, guys, look at this. I can't believe this. I'm making a legendary without, without looking at the wiki. This is hype. I think that ArenaNet, especially with the new Mist's Vault thing or the Wizard's Vault thing they've added, where you take your key to get your legendary, it shows you off the legendary and it kind of introduces the system. This is a really key thing that ArenaNet have been doing. They have been making it so that it's much easier to actually play the game and make stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is still, it's still pretty involved, but you can actually follow it along without having to go outside the game, which is actually kind of nice, I think. Certainly would have been much more annoying back in the day. Okay, so, yeah, we actually have a bunch of just materials, and, just by playing basic content, you're going to have this stuff, so I think we can pretty much just make all of these. We're going to need another Gift of Bones, because we already made one, but, yeah, as you can see, we are actually more than capable of pretty much just making all of these gifts for the Legendary, like, without having to actually buy anything. And I believe we're going to need another Gift of Bones, so we are going to... actually, we could save a bit of cash. We can do some laurels. I actually have a lot of laurels. So we might as well spend the 478. So let's do... If we do... This is actually very inefficient, but we're doing it anyway. If we do like 175, that should pretty much get us where we need to be. But first, we might have to, clear the inventory a minute, guys. Bit of a situation here. I've got a bunch of random junk in my inventory. I mean, that's very unlike me. Those who know me know that my inventory is not like this all the time. I want to be clear. Like, normally it's very clean. Okay, go. Oh. Oh, I nearly got it exactly right, guys. 64. So that gives us a total of 97. So we just need a couple more. Let's do 10 more. That should pretty much guarantee that we get enough bones. I'm one off. Are you serious? Okay, there we go. I now have enough bones. And we can actually just buy the tier 3 and tier 4 as well. Tier 3 and tier 4 are also a good use. of these. So let's do... I don't know how many I need. Let's just do 100 of each. 100 of these. Oh, you get so many, actually. Okay, that was... Okay. A little overkill there. Yeah, I forgot. You get more tier 3 and tier 4 than tier 6. And let's just do 75. And as a result, we're now able to... Well... Good news! The next legendary we make will also be able to kind of get for free. Slightly inefficient there, guys. I basically just... basically, 7 out of 8 of the materials we got from those laurels are totally useless to us right now, but I guess we can sell them for gold if we need a bit of extra cash. Wait, and it... Oh, I don't have tier 5. Oh, guys, it's time! Oh my god! Let's use our wizard coins to buy tier 5 mats. Let's not do that. Let's, maybe not do that. Let's just spend the 1 gold, as opposed to our valuable wizard coins. Yeah, this legendary completely carried by the Wizard's Ball, by the way, of course. Like, I've picked up all my laurels here. You can get the Mystic Clovers here. You can get the gold Mystic Coins, tier 6, and the Clovers. So, pretty insane. Pretty insane. To be able to pick those up very easily, I think. Okay, and now we can just... I'll just combine these gifts, and then we'll just put them in the bank. And then my other character can put stuff together. And there we are. And now we're really getting there. See? So we've nearly unlocked all of these thingies, as you can see here. We're 51 out of 56, so the game is telling me we're really getting there now. So that goes in there. That goes in there. And let's see, I actually can't remember what exactly I was making, but we're about to do it. Oh, yeah, we've got so much volatile magic as well. That is true. We could have got the tier 5 by doing volatile magic, because I've got like 36k of that as well. Poor Old Mystic Forge. It's not in my shared inventory slot. It's only on my Guardian, I believe. Right. Okay, what do you want me to do now? This is the Clover one. This is basically the Gift of Fortune equivalent to, or Gift of Fortune analog, if you will. Right. Clovers. You. There we go. Aha! Gift of the Homesteader. Lovely. Okay, and I believe that's actually a final gift. That's correct. Yes, that's actually another final gift. So this is one we need for Gift of Janthier Wilds. So is that 2 final pieces we now have assembled? I believe it is. So we have the Precursor and Gift of the Homesteader now fully assembled. And now we need to create, I believe, the Gift of Janthier Wilds and the Gift of Expertise. I guess let's do the Gift of Expertise, because this is basically just gold and Rift Essences. Ooh. What is the best way to do this? The recipe can be purchased from Lear in the Wizard's Tower. Now, the reason I'm saying what's the best way to do this is because I actually have all of my essence on an alt character. But I guess I'll just go get the recipe for this, and then we'll just craft them. Because you can buy them directly, but you pay a pretty hefty tax of ectos, by the way. And I'm not going to pay the ecto tax, because I am responsible, and I will show you guys how to play the game correctly by not doing that. So we need to go to Lear to get the recipe. Let's do it. Here we go. How do you have so much FPS? I got a new PC. And it feels damn good. Oh, yeah. Wizard's Tower, hello? Are we loading in or what? Thank you. Right, where's Lear? Where are you, bro? I think they're over here, aren't they? There he is. Lear, Dwarf, Wizard of Judgment. Give me the juice, bro. So yeah, this is what we need to do. We need 12 of these. Yeah, I am going to have to go to my Essence character and pick up some Essence, but that's fine. Where is the recipe? Crafting recipes. Amalgamated Rift Essence. I believe that is what we're looking for. Beautiful. And I guess we can just craft it here. And then I'll have to go to my Essence alt to pick up some Essence and put it in the bank. I would like to craft Rift. And for this, guys, I'm rifting! Now, these, easy to get. Boom. Do daily convergences, especially CMs. You've got 2 convergences to do. Don't bother with rifting, guys. Rifting sucks. Daily Janthir convergence, daily Soto convergence, especially on CM. They actually mega buffed the CM rewards now, by the way. Very high tier. You want to do that. So I'll just craft 8, then I'll go get more essence. 50 ectos a pop. A bit pricey, but I have loads of ectos just from playing the game. None of these ectos were bought. They're just from salvaging rares. So I need another 4 of these. I'm just going to go get some essence. Actually, I think... Okay, let's try this technology. I'm going to attempt some technology here. Here we go. I'm ready. Here we go. Yeah, you get a discount. This is something that's kind of clever they added. Well, clever in the sense... Wait, did I not...
My time is precious.
Oh. Oh, yeah, my material storage is pathetic. Oh, my God. Okay, fine. Right, let's see. Let's put some in the bank. I'm not on my main, guys. I don't have infinite storage. I think that's probably enough. Let's just, a bit of a YOLO there, but surely that's enough essence. How much essence can we possibly need? I have a huge amount of it from converging. Yeah, but starting with Soto, that you can basically, instead of using the Mystic Forge, you can pay an NPC to Mystic Forge for you or craft for you, but you do pay a pretty hefty ecto tax, which I am currently dodging. I am well known for my tax avoidance gameplay. I should have gone to the non-Wizard's Tower version of this, but I was doing what the game told me to do, okay? You can't blame me. All right, there we go. 4. So we have now got our amalgamated Rift Essences. Eldritch Scroll, Obsidian Shards, and we need another cube of Stabilized Dark Energy. Time to salvage another worthless Ascended item. My favorite. Let's see. Do we have to do anything else? No, we can just go to the Mystic Forge area. Let's go. Ah, yes. Loading screen counter would have been content. Was fine. We can get that in on the edit. Journa will get that in for the YouTube video. He'll juice. I'll buy the skill point stuff while I'm over here. Oh, skill point. I mean, Spirit Shard. So we need an Eldritch Scroll and a Bloodstone Shard. Huge. 55 out of 56. We are cooking right now. Right. What did it want from me? Oh, yeah. We needed a cube of Stabilized Dark Energy. I think the main thing is, yeah, we do need some matrices. I remember that. 26 matrices. And then we need the Ball of Dark Energies. Let's just get a crappy Ascended item and salvage it. Let's see. Chest. Apothecary stats. Oh, yes. Worthy Sacrificial Offering. Okay, good. Boom, boom, boom. Job done. Okay, pick up that. You'd be surprised how many random Ascended chests you just pick up. Well, I feel like I'm surprised. You just go, oh, look, another useless Ascended item. And then you've got it. Boom. There's the essence. There's the obsidian shards. Don't buy these on the Wizard's Vault, by the way, guys. Buying the obsidian shards is trolling. You end up deleting these things. I think I've even deleted these on the Zero to Hero account. And there we have it. We have the Gift of Expertise. So now we're really getting there. Okay. So for the Gift of Janthir Wilds, we need... Oh, hang on. I've actually got 3 of the components. Yeah, I miscounted. Yeah, because we actually have the weapon gift here. So we're actually making the final piece. Yeah, we're on the final piece now. So we just need to make Gift of Gatherer of the Hunt. So we need the neutralized... We need 100 of each of, like, the refined versions of these thingies, don't we? Yeah. We need 100 treated planks and 100 neutralized ingots of Titanstone. Now, these are actually rather expensive, but I will admit, we kind of planned ahead, because you might go, wow, goodness me, 100 of these? That's going to be rough. And you know what? You would be correct, and let's just mass buy some orichalcum. But here's the thing. In my infinite wisdom, of which I have infinite of, I mass did the Titan meta. Well, I say mass, I did it sometimes. I've got 24 Janthir Sentry Heroes Choice chests, and look at that. Look at that. Beautiful! We've got all the little components here that we can basically funnel, so we don't have to spend nearly as much gold. And the same thing with the Convergence. Look at that. I have loads of these things that we can get even more of these things out of. So we're in business. We're not going to actually have to spend that much gold here. Kind of expensive otherwise, but fortunately, we mildly planned ahead. Wait, it says I got one in the bank. The Convergence one. Ah, yeah, there we go. Boom. Yes! Right, so let's figure out what we actually need. So I need 500 rotted Titan ambers. Let's get to work on that first. I'll just open these things. Of course, you can get these while gathering as well. And this is a key thing, because this is also very notable with the Titan meta event in particular, actually. Because bear in mind, guys, the Titan meta event has downtime. You go on the map, then you wait for 10 minutes before the boss spawns. Get out there and sniff. Get your rune stones. Start harvesting stuff while the squad is forming. Don't just AFK. Right? You can actually be getting value at the same time. So we're getting up to 500 pretty easily here. There we go. And we need 500 charged Titan ores. So we just got to mass open these now as well. Oh no! I'm trolling. This is a mistake, and let me explain why this is a mistake. This is actually this is a classic. So, why was I doing this wrong? Simple. Because I can pick, if I look at this one, I can pick the planks and the flowers, right? From this one, but I can't from the Convergence. I can only get the ambers and the ores. So I should have got my ambers and ores from this one. But I was looking at them from left to right because that's how it works. But yeah, that's a little mistake there, but that's fine. Oh, you can also just spam click on this. This is nice. It opens a little vendor. That's convenient, isn't it? And there we go. Boom. Well, kind of no harm done because we're going to have to use this one for that anyway, but you get the idea. It would have been better to... It would have been technically correct to do it the other way around. Okay. And of course, you can probably craft these for a bit of profit as well, to be honest. Although they're just fairly expensive, just in general. Okay. 495. I won't open one. I'll just buy another 5 to get us up to... get us up to 500. Because we need 100 of these things. So it's going to be 300 ectos. I have a bunch of ectos, so I don't have to buy any more of those. Let's just make these. I don't know why I was like, oh yeah, I'll craft these. That really wasn't my smartest idea. Yeah, very bad news, guys. Very bad news. My account is now bricked. You know, as I'm sure you're aware, if you make a single mistake on your MMO account, guys, that account is bricked. You might as well delete it and start again. We all know that. We all know that. It's not a secret. I feel very committed now. I am going to craft all of these. It would have been better to buy them, but now I'm feeling very stubborn. I'm going to craft them. Okay, so I need another 60 ingots, so 120 orichalcum. Here we go. Done. Craft. Oh, it was 117. Extra ingot. Love it. Okay, good. Wait, how long is this going to take to craft? How much are these each? Yeah, so buying this normally would have been, what, 300 gold? Yeah. still an exotic since launch and break. Oh yeah, it's over for you. If you're not full legendary by now, you might as well uninstall. Okay. So that's the neutralized Titan alloys. And we're going to have to spend a bit of cash here by the looks of this. There's going to be a little bit of cash spending. And then we need the treated planks. Sweet treated pine planks. Oh, more orichalcum. Okay, fine. You know what? Yeah, no, we buy. So we need 1,000 orichalcum because we need 500 orichalcum ingots. Why do we need orichalcum for a plank? What's up with that? There you go, 248. Got the math right this time. Okay. 499 planks. Let's just enjoy that. Let's see. What else do we need? We can open the boxes while we wait. So we're going to have to buy some stuff here, but we can just buy as many as possible. Let's see. What's more expensive? The pine logs are 13 silver. They should be about the same. Yeah, they're almost identical in terms of price. The pine logs are technically slightly more expensive, so let's go with those. We'll just open up all of these. And we can save ourselves quite a lot of cash. But we're going to have to buy. We're going to have to bite the bullet. I did not do... You know, it's funny, though, right? Think about this. If you'd done the Titan meta every day, you would have easily had enough, right? Like, and I only did it, like, 27 times before, after Janthit was released. So I was slacking. I was not really playing the game that much, to be frank. But that's okay. It still gives us a whole bunch of value. Go, 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 go. So let's see. We need... How many honey flowers do we need? We need a full stack. And then after that full stack, we need 135. Yeah. And then the pine logs, we need a full stack. And then we need 39. But you can see, we basically ended up spending, like less than half of what we would have done there because we just played the game. I just logged in and played the game. Boom. I love playing the game. And now, we are going to get to the slightly painful part. This is where, it's going to be a bit of an oof. But that's fine. We've come prepared. We've come prepared. So, we now approach the... I'm feeling very solemn right now. We're at the end of the journey. So we have our treated planks, we have our neutralized ingots of Titanstone, and now we need the Heart Time Gate, basically. The 100 shards of Lowland Shore, and the 100 shards of Janthir Sintry. So, let's go get them up. Let's go pick them up. Let's go. Away we go to Lowland Shore. Now, I have already completed the hearts, and... I'm going to say this, guys. Shout out to ArenaNet. They made some insanely good changes to the heart system with the recent patch, actually. So, they added Janthir heart tokens, right? The renown tokens that let you instantly finish the hearts. They let you do this by doing rifts. And... what this means is that if you do 5 rifts a week on both maps, which, by the way, you can easily do while you're waiting for an event, like while you're waiting for the Bog Queen or waiting for the Titan meta, very easy to do that. It takes like 5 minutes to do it if you're just, go from rift to rift. That will give you enough tokens to fully complete every heart on the map once a week, which essentially allows you to immediately access this time gate and get access to your discounted shards. Don't buy them if they're not discounted, okay? It's completely trivial to get these. And, of course, per heart, you can pick up 7. You do need amalgamated gemstones and the honeycombs, but, I mean, like, you're going to have those. That's not really going to be a really big problem for you. And now, because we've already done the hearts, I can just teleport around and get them done. So, yeah, just rift. Doing rifts is actually insanely good now. And conversely, correspondingly, rather, incredibly high gold per hour. If you rift it is insane. Well, once a week anyway, because it allows you to get in on the action here. And these things are holding their value. Obviously, will go down over time as more and more people get their legendary, but you can still see they're holding pretty strong, right around 3 gold. That's what we're going to be paying for the ones that we don't, with the ones that we aren't going to wait for. You could obviously save a huge amount of gold. Like, you're essentially paying like a 3 times markup if you don't wait for your time gate. That's roughly what's going on there, which again, of course, will become less aggressive over time. But right now, you're paying a very, very heavy price to get the spear ahead of time, which I am now doing.
I'll leave the 2 of you to your trade.
There we are, 7. So we have 21 from here, and then we go over to Sintry and do the same. They also made it so the Titans, doing the Titan meta gives you 4 heart thingies as well. So if you do the meta, you also get a full heart completion. And it's worth noting, oh no, I trolled. I just remembered I trolled. I forgot they did something. They also massively buffed the heart renown chest that you get for doing a heart 3 times. If you do a heart 3 times, you get a renown chest, basically. And look what that gives you. You can pick all of the map material. So if you do this weekly, so if you do weekly hearts, right, by doing rifts, you'll also be able to get the, you'll also be able to get some of these renown chests as well. That gives you even more loot. So basically doing weekly hearts is insane in Janthea Wilds right now. It is ridiculous. Like, it's Omega gold per hour. So even if you don't care about the legendary, it is Omega value to be slamming these. Which is actually kind of what they said how it was going to be on launch. It's a real shame it took them 3 months to basically make it how they said it was supposed to be. I personally quite like it. I do like the idea that it kind of keeps the little events, not just the meta events, relevant. So you can go around and do them and complete the hearts, right? Get the tokens, right? All that kind of good stuff. But hey, it's better late than never, I suppose. And yeah, very high value here, as you can see. I just need to get over to the last heart. And now we are going to have to do a little bit of swiping. Avert your eyes, chat. This might be a little bit painful for you. So we have 21. That, of course, means that we are going to have to buy 79 of both of those, which is going to be pretty much like the big financial hit that we're going to take here. But we've got to deal with it. We've got to do what we've got to do. I've got 600 gold, so Itchy might have to slightly sell a couple more things. But we'll see. 79. Ah, no, we're good, actually. 79. Insta-buy. I'm insta-buying. Okay, look, it's only 20 silver extra, okay? Like, we don't care about that. Boom! And then the Lowland Shore one as well. Lowland Shore. Me buy. Wait, hang on. No, I bought that. That was the Lowland Shore one. That would have been very embarrassing. This, oh, dude, Janthea Sintry, dude, everyone hates the hearts on this map, apparently. Which is weird. I guess people don't know about the rifting thing, because actually doing the hearts is the exact same difficulty now, because of just the nature of how that rift kind of operation works. All right. Woo. 390. That is twisting my arm, but there it is. 79, and I believe that is actually gonna do it. That is the finale. I think we can make the spear now. Let's go. Yeah, they actually made hearts kind of based. I respect it. That's what I was really hoping for. When they were describing the system, it sounded really good, but it obviously didn't really deliver on launch, but now it does. Yeah, a little bit of a painful swipe there, but that's how it goes. I wanted to get the spear. That's kind of like the main chase item, right? We can then kind of start saving up for the back piece again, right? Boom. I'm down to 56 gold. I'm an impoverished gamer. It doesn't feel good. Have to get some meta trains going. All right. This is it. The forgening. We did it. We actually followed the in-game instructions and barely got confused. It feels good. All right. There it is. That is the gift of Gatherer of the Hunt. And then I think we have to put all of this together. And that will give us the gift of Janthea Wilds. Oh, there we go. The gift of Janthea Wilds. And now we have the precursor, the gift of the homesteader, the weapon gift, and of course, gift of Janthea Wilds. And there you have it. We did it. We made it through the gauntlet of UI. It looked scary at the start with all the little unfilled squares in the collection journal. And that's it. Clobyon Gear has been forged. however you pronounce it, we now have it. And this is also worth noting, we could sell that for some serious profit. I did not spend even close to 4K, and even after tax, right? It's 3,500. We could sell that for omega profit if we actually decided to. Kind of worth noting there. So making legendaries, especially new legendaries that require like time-gated materials, mega profit. Especially if you don't swipe. Because bear in mind, if you actually waited the 5 weeks as did the hearts, made a legendary, you could make an insane amount of gold by doing this. So do the time gates. Don't insta-buy anything. Like, bide your time, be patient, and you can make some serious gold. So that's kind of worth noting there as well. And people do buy, by the way. They clearly do, right? Like, people are buying it for 3.7k. Like, some people are going to go, fuck it, I'll do the 4.1. Like, people absolutely do that. However, that's not what we're doing here on this character, because I am going to add it to the Legendary Armory. Here we go. It will consume the item. And there you have it. As the storm raged outside, the Claw looked over his people. Bearkin were huddled together for warmth. Their bellies rumbled and worry laced their eyes. But the wind was too fierce and the falling snow too thick to hunt. He looked at the shivering cubs and made his choice. The Claw would lead them south, away from danger. He could wait for her no longer. Of course, this is the story of what was kind of going on there with the voice, right? As the Coden decided to move away from the far Shiver Peaks, where it was all too very cold over there. Honestly, not a bad choice. Janth is pretty nice. But there it is. And of course, this now gives us access to all of those spears. I can't forsake the Shark Spear, though. How do I choose? Well, I guess we have to use the new one, right? But how can I feel bad for forsaking the Shark Spear, but here we go. Now we've got this brand new one. Very exciting. Look at that. You can see the projectiles, all those spears coming through. And yeah, you basically get all of them for the price of one, right? We have all these skins. You can see all of the different spearheads. You have the different animations that are, well, it's the same animation, right? But you can see all the other spears are kind of behind you like that. You can just like, boom, get that in there. And then boom, you've got a new spearhead. And all the other spears just kind of follow you around. Very, very spooky. And you can see you've got like the equip animation there. Whoa, that was a bit of a weird glitch. There's the footfall. Very misty. This spear does look pretty spooky, you know? I don't really know why. I would have preferred this if it had more of an in-depth collection, because I want to know, why is it kind of shadowy and misty and scary? Like, what's the lore behind that, you know? I guess maybe this thing is going to do it if we go to Unending... Let's find out. Let's go to Unending Tribute and see what this guy's got to say about this. Maybe we can get some of the lore, you know? I want to soak up the lore, man. Tell me about this spear, bro. The spirit of 6 great bears. But why is it scary? Why isn't it warm and fuzzy like the bears are? Explain that. Right, let's go. I guess they didn't used to be warm and fuzzy. It's time. Nice, you weren't sub 50 dudes. Some guy named GG. Yeah, the weapon does look a little bit like a Final Fantasy weapon, actually. That's a good point. I don't know why either, but it does have a slightly Final Fantasy XIV aesthetic to it. That's very interesting. I did think that when I saw it, too. Because skins in that game have a pretty distinctive look. I like how I haven't actually finished the collection, because I need to, like, unequip and re-equip some... I need to, like, take these out of storage and then, like, put them back in again or something, so I can actually finish this collection. I want my 2 AP. All right, Unending Tribute. What have you got to say for yourself? I found the spear. I'm glad you found it wherever it was. It was in the Mystic Forge. I'm happy to see it in the paws of another warrior. Please take care of it. It wasn't too difficult, except maybe financially. Base, I like that. That's some good humor that way. Is that it? Are you not going to juice me? Are you not going to... Is there no information? I mean, I guess not. It is what it is. And there it is. We did it. Well, I do actually really like the fact that there was a collection. I would have preferred it to be more in-depth. I was thinking more Aurora. I'm thinking more Vision, Gen 2s, Chuka and Chompa, all that kind of stuff. But I do like there's a little bit of lore. It's kind of attached to the world a little bit. Pretty cool. But yeah, I would like to see I hope that for a back piece, they go harder. Wait, do it again? What do you mean? Wait, I have to make another spear? And that's it? The whole collection? Well, I mean, there's nothing here. This just means I have to do the ingots. You can make a second one? Wait, if you make a second one, there's more dialogue? That's actually hype. I like that. What does it say if you make a second one? No dialogue? Oh, okay. Just craft? Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, look, next time I want a bigger collection, okay? I know I'm asking a lot, but listen. I like the legendary collections in this game. They're pretty good. But that was decent. I do like there were some little achievements there, you know? And I will say, I do really like the way they actually set this collection out. It was a bit messy, and maybe it would be nice if it was a bit more organized in terms of UI. But this is actually the first time I have ever made a legendary in Guild Wars 2 without using Guild Wars 2 efficiency or the wiki. And that actually kind of says a lot, guys. I really wanted to do this as while making this spear, because I thought it would be interesting, because I know that ArenaNet's been really working on this and making it so that you can actually make stuff and, like, engage in the reward structure of the game without having to, you know, like, look everything up, like, step by step. So this is actually really cool. I do like this. There's room for improvement, but a real strength of this spear is that, yeah, you can just look up the tooltips and go, okay, yeah, I know where to get this, right? You can mouse over all of these things, like where do you get each item, then you can go and find it. Go and talk to the NPCs. I would be, if I'm going to be really nitpicky, and I will be really nitpicky because this is important, I don't like that it says treated planks here as opposed to sweet treated pine planks. Yeah, you can get that from context, but I actually think that when you're dealing with an MMO that can have items that have similar names, I think precision is important. I really think that should say the exact item name. I don't think it should go neutralized ingots of Titanstone. No, it should say neutralized Titan alloy, because that is actually what it wants you to get. It doesn't, there's no such thing as a neutralized ingot of Titanstone, right? That's not a thing. But yeah. There you go! We did it. It has been crafted. Okay, oh wait, you guys want me to, look. Actually, maybe I'll make you guys suffer. Maybe I'll leave this achievement unfinished intentionally. You guys want that? You like that? But I don't finish the achievement? Maybe I won't do it. Maybe I won't finish it. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I won't do it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait. I'm trapped. Yeah, maybe I'll pin it. Yeah, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to pin it there forever. No, I'm not doing that. Okay, I'll finish it. Yeah. I'll put you out of your misery. Actually, I guess, depending on context, that could sound a bit bad. Now you said, okay, yeah, exactly, yeah, enjoy that. Yeah, have fun with that. Alrighty then, let's do this. Okay, where are the thingies? They're here, right? Boom. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait. Oh, was that it? I think that was it, right? Hey! There we are. The Bloodstone Brick. That is the achievement fully completed. All 63 steps logged in. And then we deposit. And there you have it. Another epic journey completed by the Frugal Fighter. We have assembled the spear. You know, funnily enough, look, it goes pretty well with my character, guys. Look, because it's kind of gray with some, you know, color accenting on it. Look. Yo! Look at that! That's kind of good. I guess it doesn't really go with the cape very well because it's got some orange on it. Well, actually, it kind of glows blue, though. Dude, Frugal Fighter looking good. Gray spear with the gray armor. Love to see that. Very nice. Very good. Yeah, we've got this gray trail that we've got going on there as well. Yeah, there we go. Huge. How many legendaries? So, let's see. We've got legendary backpack. Legendary... We have full legendary trinkets and the relic. One legendary rune. A singular rune. And then in terms of weapons... we've got a greatsword, 2 spears. And that's it, yeah. Yeah, a greatsword and 2 spears. And then 1 rune. So, quite a lot, actually. Quite a lot of legendaries on this account. I think the account value is relatively high. It's, I think it's about 50k, maybe a bit more than that now. Let me just quickly check. Our account value is... It's loading. Oh, yeah. Oh, I was correct. My account value is 51,000 gold, 451. Will you make legendary armor? I'm not sure, because the thing is, my whole point with Zero to Hero is that I want to do something that's actually interesting. I feel like it was kind of cool to do the spear, you know, following the instructions and so on. I'm not sure if it's that interesting for me to basically grind gold and make legendary armor. Like, is that really interesting? I'm not sure. Like, I can do it, but I don't really think that it's going to be particularly good content. Oh, yeah, I could pretty much very easily make every set of armor on this character, right? Very, very easy. You know, I've got enough for World versus World armor right now. Getting the PvP armor would be relatively trivial as well. And the LI. I don't have enough LI to make legendary, but I'm literally like 2 weeks away, basically, like 3 weeks of doing raids away from doing that. Grind the PvP. I mean, I actually might do the PvP arc on the Zero to Hero. Yeah, I might play PvP on this character, on this account rather, and just like do the grinding because I do have some plans for PvP. Project Fungo, actually, to be more specific. Project Fungo is coming. Show us pug raiding. I'm not sure I can mentally handle pug raiding. You know, okay, look, I would pug raid. Do you know what I would do? Also, shout out to YouTube, by the way. I would pug raids if people wouldn't immediately write off everything I do by saying, well, you're good at the game, so it doesn't count. Because I would love to do stuff like, oh, this is how you carry people in raids. Oh, yeah, this is how to win at this content. This is how to do fractals. This is how to do X, right? But the thing is that content like that is never well received, and I don't think it has the intended outcome. Like, my goal with stuff like that would be to inspire people on how to win and how to approach this stuff and how to, like, be a valuable asset to their team. But that's not the effect that it has. All it does is it reinforces people's belief that the reason I succeed is because I'm a streamer and because I try hard, basically. And it doesn't actually create the inspiration result that I'm looking for. That's the problem. So yeah, I can carry people all day until I'm blue in the face, but I don't believe it will actually have the positive impact on the community that I would like it to. That is why I don't do that on this account, or why I haven't really done a lot of raiding on this account, because I haven't really found a way to engage with that content in a way that, in my opinion, has positive outcomes for the community. And that's ultimately what I care about, right, is doing things that do things, right? I'm not really interested in just like farming gold. I want to create something that is actually useful and interesting. And yeah, carrying people doesn't do that. Because people just go, well, you know, you're good at the game, so it doesn't count. Or like, oh, you're a streamer, so it doesn't count. So it's like, okay, well, fuck that then, whatever. You know, the funny thing is, and I am very exasperated about this, but even if I made an alt and I, like, pugged everything with alts, it wouldn't be enough, right? People would go, well, you know, people wouldn't come up with a fucking excuse, right? Even if I played on alts and I only pugged on an account that nobody knew was me, people would still come up with excuses. It would be like, oh, well, you know, like, you tagged up, so it doesn't count. And even if I didn't tag, it'd be like, well, you know, you played a good build. Or like, oh, yeah, you played healer, so it doesn't count. It's like, pff. And then even if I played DPS, it wouldn't matter. Even if I played DPS, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, there's nothing. It will never be enough. Yeah. But I'd say, well, you already, you know, look, you did research and you learned how the raid works. Well, I don't know what to fucking tell you, bro. Okay, put some fucking effort in. Not the best reasoning. No, it's actually not people saying that. I don't know if you're talking to me or not, Genroku, but it's not people saying that to me that bothers. I don't really care about dumb YouTube comments. But what I don't like is when something I'm doing isn't having the outcome that I intend. Yeah? That's my problem with it. Like, if I was going to make a series like that, my goal would be to create something that people could be inspired by and then go on to succeed. But I do not believe that happens. I actually think it's the contrary. I think that almost everything that I do, because of the way that I play the game, actually reinforces people's opinions that the only way to get into raiding is to already be in raiding, right? That there isn't an entry point. Like, I actually think that a lot of things that I do are actually very counterproductive in this regard, and it actually, it's not only that it doesn't help, I think it makes it worse, in fact, and that's why I typically don't engage in this. I'm not discouraged because of dumb YouTube comments. I'm discouraged because I don't think the content has a positive impact on the community. I think it's exactly the opposite, actually. Yeah. Hopefully that makes sense. Well, I'm glad you were inspired to touch the butt. That is my intention. You see, the thing is that, this is I mean, Seb, me and Seb could talk about this for ages, but it really is this idea of a fixed mindset versus a growth mindset. Okay, let me actually be very brutal. Let's actually be incredibly explicit here. Like, many people say, oh, you know, I can't get into raids because, you know, I don't, you know, ultimately because I don't want to put effort. Like, I don't want to I want to get into raids. And they say, well, okay, you know, do you want to join a Discord? Do you want to join a group? And they say, no, I don't want to do any of that. Well, here's the reality. If that's your mindset, then you're the problem and you need to change. I think people are very reluctant to accept the fact that if you want to achieve a goal, sometimes you have to put the work in and you have to change. That your current mindset, your current attitude is not good enough and it won't work. People are very reluctant to accept that, in my opinion, and sometimes it's true. Yeah. Incredible. Will you see too much negativity? No, that isn't that isn't what's going on here. It doesn't help. Yeah. I didn't have the gear knowledge or time to start writing. I mean, yeah, there's no rush. I think, you know, you got to chip away at it, right? Chip away at it. Yeah. How patient are you for people that are willing to improve but are very slow at it for progress rating? I mean, look, as long as you're actually trying, I'll wait for you until the end of time. However, it is worth noting that I would then examine why you're slow. Right? I have, and I admit this is maybe positive to the point of delusional, but I do not believe, I do not believe that anyone is just like inherently bad and will take a longer time to learn. Not really, no. If you're taking a long time to progress and you're struggling to learn, I would examine why. Why is it that you're struggling? I'd want to I'd want to see if we could find a better technique for you, because learning is a skill. This is something that I think people miss actually. Learning is not just some like hardware part of your brain, and some people learn faster, some people learn slower. There obviously is some level of aptitude, right, talent and so on that will aid you in learning quicker or faster, but I actually think that's kind of relatively irrelevant. Until you get to like very extreme situations. Like for most people, learning is a skill that you can develop. You can get good at being good. You can get good at getting good. And I firmly believe this. It's certainly true that maybe right now you feel like you're not able to keep up with peers in gaming. That's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But if we were going to be in a situation where we were going to be learning and progressing together, I would want to understand what you're having difficulty with and why. I would want to know how I could help you learn better, right? And be able to progress at a pace that perhaps you would prefer, right? Or at a faster pace that, you know, like you'd be more happy with. Yeah. That would be what I would say. Of course, you know, if you simply don't have a lot of time, then that's a factor that we can't really fix. You know, like, you know, if you don't have that much time to play the game, then obviously your progress is going to be slower, proportional to how much time you have to invest. That's obviously just like a hard reality of the situation. But I do not believe that I do not believe at all that people are bad. You know, oh, I'm just bad at video games. Or, and I would extend that to real life as well, guys. Look, so... Look, here is the reality of the situation. At some point in the future, guys, I don't know when, but me and Sneb are going to run a marathon. And it's going to be fucking epic. We'll probably do it on stream, okay? And I do not have aptitude for running whatsoever, okay? My joints are no good, right? I'm tall, right? I have a relatively large frame. I kind of have short legs as well. I've got a swimmer's body, so my arms are kind of long. My torso is pretty long, and my legs aren't that long, right? Not ideal for running. But here's the thing. I will train, and I will be confident enough to accomplish that task. And I believe I can do that. Even though my natural aptitude is definitely more towards power sports, right? Sprinting. Like, I'm not a distance swimmer. I'm a sprint swimmer. I'm not a distance athlete whatsoever. My aptitude is fast twitch, right? Like, very power, right? Explosive power. That's the things that I'm good at. Because of just, you know, physiology and so on. But, okay, I will train. I will get good. And we will run that marathon, okay? And it will happen. And that is something that I firmly believe about everyone, right? Yeah, sure, maybe I won't run as fast and it will be harder for me to train, but I can do it. And this is my like ironclad mentality on this. If you have a goal and you want to achieve it, okay? You can do it. You can work at it. You can improve, despite maybe lacking some natural talent or whatever you want to call it, despite maybe having limited time. If you put in the effort and you work at it and you have that growth mindset, you will accomplish your goal. That's how it is. Incredible. All right, I'm doing a Convergence CM, by the way. That'll be a nice thing to kind of round out the stream. Here we go. Wait, maybe there's one in LFG, actually. Oh, okay. Let's do a democracy. Let's see what people vote for. Okay. Convergence. Magris logs in. The amount of time required to accomplish that is quite relevant when it comes to raiding. Oh, absolutely, yeah. And, you know, this is actually something that's kind of interesting about WoW, right? Is that the raid doesn't stay there forever. It goes away after a while. So there are obviously some complexities and nuances there, depending on the goal. And obviously, like, you then have to evaluate, is the goal realistic, right? It's important to, like, just setting a stupid goal is not a good idea. You can't go, well, I want to win the Olympics. Like, this is not necessarily a realistic goal, you know, or, you know, for example. You have to set a goal that makes sense as well. Did you pay for the expansion? Yes. It'll be Demon Knight? I feel like people will vote for Umbriel. I think it's an Umbriel moment. Dude, can you guys believe this? Someone actually came in my chat. You know the whole he played WoW Betrayer? Someone said that unironically. Like, and it was first Garth as well. Like, they came in, first Garthed, and they were like, oh yeah, Betrayer. I'm gonna raid Echo Hours and get worlds first. Well, the thing is, for you, Loundy, like, that actually is realistic. Like, if you wanted to, you are in a position where you are of the skill level where you absolutely could be working towards joining Echo if you wanted to, no? 100%. Like, what were you? Like, what world rank was your guild? Like, were you not, like, top 50? Or something like that? Or even, were you better than that? Like, you were very high world rank, no? Yeah, absolutely. Like, a couple more expansions, you could leapfrog your way. 32, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. You could leapfrog your way up. 100%, no? Like, if you were like, okay, I want to get worlds first in World of Warcraft, yeah, it might take you multiple years, but that is not insane for you to do that if you wanted to. Like, yeah, you'd have to make sacrifices. Like, you might have friends, right? 30 and 3 is the same as and 30 and 1,000? Of course, yeah. But that's why I said it would take years. It would take, like, years of dedication to get to that level. But yeah, it's doable. Yeah. Lock in, join Echo? Yeah, I mean, of course. It would be multiple years of grinding, but it's not off the table. Split feed for Echo? I mean, yeah, maybe you're on the bench for Echo. Like, that's like that's the prestige, right? You bench for Echo. But yeah, of course, like, you know, it is an exponential skill curve, right? Like, you know, you get better and better and better, right? I mean, if you simply look at the gap between, let's say, Echo and like World 5th or World 10th, right? It's a massive gap. I will leech Convergence, seeing I'm level my Paladin based. Alright, I'm going here, I guess. Heralds, nice. Log in. I think I can just open. There we go. But no, and look, you know, again, guys, like, this is my mindset, right? Like, I'm thinking, yeah, you know what? We can qualify for TGP. We can qualify for the Great Push. Like, I go into it thinking that way. Like, look, oh, man. This, to me, is one of the biggest culture shocks that I ever have. Like, my entire life, I've had this attitude, right? Like, this has been, like, the culture within my family. It's always been, yeah, get out there and fucking win. Like, yeah, 100%. Like, I believe in this stuff. Like, I'll go really, really far on this. Like, I genuinely believe that everyone here watching this stream, if you wanted to, yeah, you could absolutely become one of the best players in the world, right? Like, of Guild Wars 2 or World of Warcraft. Absolutely, of course you could. Yeah. Like, will you do that? Do you have the time in your life right now to do that? That's another question entirely, but, like, there are steps you could take towards that goal now that would potentially, you know, it could be doable. Yeah. Is it really a delusion? I don't think it's delusional, no. Like, I think that people overestimate. People tend to underestimate how impactful effort is and overestimate how important, like, generic RNG is. That's my opinion. Whereas in reality, if you want to do it, fucking get out there and do it. Yeah. Take some fucking responsibility and get out there and get it done. And you know what? If you fail, that's okay as well. I think that there's one really important thing about every single person who fails to accomplish a goal, right? There's one thing they all have in common. They tried. And that is something that most people don't have. Probably walked to my PC and cut his stream off because I was tired of his delusion nonsense. Well, I mean, look, okay, like, maybe you can rewind the stream, Mysterious Banana, and you can tell me where I said that you can, like, break the laws of physics and, like, repair permanent injuries, okay? But I must have missed that part of my own stream. But I am getting old, so maybe I had a senile moment real quick. Yeah. Incredible. Then people call you being lucky. Well, the thing is that those two things are both true as well. You know, being good at something is not... I think there was a Veritasium video, or a video about this, right? It turns out that everyone who performs really, really well on, like, a global level in a certain field is both insanely hardworking and also incredibly lucky as well. Like, so that statement actually is true, but in some ways, it's not... It's kind of irrelevant, right, at the same time. You can't always get the outcome you want, but you can roll the dice more and more, and then that will increase the probability of you getting the outcome you're looking for. Yes. Yeah, unless you roll the dice more, exactly. You just have to keep, you have to keep going for it. We need more gaslighting. I'm not sure about that. Incredible. But yes, you do. I mean, luck is obviously a real thing. But you know, the truth is, guys, is that what's the alternative, right? I think this is the thing, right? Like, when I look at a situation that I find myself in, it's always like, well, you know, maybe it isn't fair. Maybe it isn't fair. But that doesn't help me, right? Okay? You know, that observation is kind of meaningless in a sense. Like, yeah, maybe it isn't fair, but what are you gonna do about it, right? There's not really much you can do to change that. Like, yeah, maybe you got a shitty roll of the dice. Maybe you got dealt a shitty hand. Like, absolutely. But you've only got the one hand. You've got to play it, right? You don't have another alternative. Like, it's either that or nothing. And I don't think choosing nothing is ever the way to go. Yeah. Eat cock. Let's see what people vote for. This is full democracy, guys. I'm actually curious what people are going to go for. Need a good spawn point? I mean, it definitely helps. Yeah. The IRL spawns are rigged, lots of bad ones. It is certainly a bit of a lottery. Boom. You can work hard and set yourself a good opportunity so you can take advantage of luck when it arrives. That is also important, yes. Okay, I'm doing the subgroups. 2, 3, northeast. 4, 5, southeast. 6, 7, southwest. 8, 9, northwest. 10, 11, Zoja. Ah, here we go. We actually have Luna, I believe. He wants Umbriel the Breaker. Demon the Knight. Dude, some people... I feel like Umbriel is going to win, man. Some people do want the Demon Knight. They're scared. They're scared of Umbriel, I feel like. But I think it's the correct option. The correct option is to vote for Umbriel the Breaker. Okay, here we go. Let's see what people go for. I will not vote. I will abstain. And we'll see what people go for. But I think it's going to be Umbriel. People love that shit. They want to see Umbriel. I'll drop some food down. There you go. Enjoy. PvT? Nah, I've got to get started on Mythic Plus, Hemis. We've got to get to work. We've got TGP to qualify for. We've got to time some 17s. Our healer's highest key is a +7. So we've got some work to do. Okay, I'm not voting. Let's see what people go for. Wow! Wait, the hell... Oh my god, don't vote for the Hell Sister, guys. Are you fucking trolling? Oh my god. Wait, the Hell Sister? Dude, I'm gonna have to vote. I'm fucking voting, dude. I'm voting for Umbriel. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. Man, that was actually close to the Hell Sister, dude. Like, the Hell Sister. Who would vote for that?
In as soon as we lost track of your
That's crazy. That's cringe. I said I wasn't going to vote, guys, but I'm not doing the Hell Sister, bro. Like, what the hell? That's easily the worst one. That is by far the worst one. Nobody votes for that. Nobody wants to do that one.
Resurrection spells take a lot of magic. The best source of that here is going to be the essence that Eparch's grunts.
The Hell Sister is beyond putrid. It's the worst Convergence CM. Yeah, they're not getting the achievement. Okay, they can do another one. They can do their own. Yeah. Nice democracy. Well, listen. I voted. I voted. Like, how, you know, I voted. I participated in democracy. I did democracy there, guys. Incredible. Guys, here's one thing. I've added a new emote to the chat, guys. So, if you guys type Jester face with no space, that's that new emote. I just linked the new emote in the chat. So that's Jester face, no space. Let me know if it worked. Dude, you guys don't even know the meme. Yeah, so yeah, thank you, Jeremy B. Jeremy B actually knows the correct response. Oh my god. Dude, what happened to Twitch chat? What the fuck happened to Twitch chat, dude? Yeah, okay, Loundy knows. Yeah, yeah. Vivaloof knows as well. You're supposed to put the emote and say it worked. The whole point of that meme is that it's blatant misinformation, right? Like, it's complete misinformation. The emote worked, like this. Also, Mice in the chat. Wait, Mice, is your org actually geared, by the way? Is Talentosser actually back? I failed the Rashnan lines. I mean, look, it can happen, you know? The Rashnan lines can win. Also, wait, Mice, you heard the fact that I got the tank trinket on my Paladin, right? That's fucked up. The one time Mice wasn't there for Heroic, the tank trinket dropped.
Demonic essence will drain your life force. Plus, there is that whole possession thing to worry about.
Yeah, I got it. Also, I thought Jester, weren't you going to play Org at some point? Weren't you going to start Orging? Imagine not having it. That is true. Imagine not having full bis. I can't imagine that. Remove Org from the game. Org will be God comp forever. The only chance Jester has of reaching 3K rating is hard switching to Org. That is true, actually. Or just buying boosts. I think I'm going southeast. It's time. I'm going. Oh, wait. Did we miss reset? Oh, we actually did. So I guess we don't get the... we get tomorrow's Convergence reward instead then. Unlucky. I guess we should have showed up a little bit earlier. You're on Zoja duty? Well, I mean, you should have been in a different subgroup, bro. You should have moved yourself. Emote request. No, what the hell is... No, this is trash. I'm not adding that. Let's go. What about that time where we got 0.1% title, never pausing above 12% on a single key? I mean, that was just Season 2, right? That was high tier. Remember that time, MSC, when we were doing literal TGP routes on keys, like 2 levels? But actually, I think we did the fucking actual TGP route on Freehold to time a 29 when they did it for a 33. Yeah. 4 key levels below max, and we did a 29 with it. That's high value. Hashtag Season 2 Glory Days. Hashtag Aberrus World Rank 15,000. Hashtag Insanity Roster. Wait, what was our world rank in Aberrus, actually? It must have been, what, like 2K? Or something like that, anyway. Wasn't gonna be good. It was so close, the game didn't even know if we timed or not. Yeah, that... I feel like that happened a couple of times. Okay, go back to Dragonflight. And Dragonflight was a good expansion. It was good. Do we think the War Within is worse than Dragonflight? Maybe. I felt... You know what, though? You know what the funny thing is? I feel like it was entirely because of, like, the changes to the gearing system. Season 2 Dragonflight was so based in terms of how you could make gear. Like, 60 crests for a crafted item is so much better than, it's so much better than 90. Oh my god. What were they thinking? Yeah, I mean, didn't we kill Sarkareth, like, a week before the end of the season? More or less? I think we did, right? Oh. Man. Guys, think about how rough Dragonflight was for us. We basically had to raid non-stop for the entire expansion. Because it was Season 2... ended, then directly into Season 3, and then we killed Farak very late, like, just, like, I think, like, maybe 2 weeks before the start of Season 4, and then we had to progress, Vault as well, so we had to do progression on Vault in Awakened again, so we basically played with no breaks for all of Dragonflight. Yeah, yeah. Oh, man. What's content? Nice. The High Cryptist General. Let's get him. Least memorable season. Can't remember doing anything that season. I think it was the season we definitely played the least, for sure. Although I think it was actually kind of good, like with bullions, it was pretty fun. I think the problem with Season 4 is that the meta didn't change at all, right? It was like still the exact same God comp, which did not feel good at all. That was rough. A full day of Ruby. I mean, that was epic. A full day of Ruby Life Pools 19. Only to brutally deplete again and again and again.
You must like pain.
Yeah, the funny thing is, right? I mean, Shadow Priest literally did the War Within DPS in Season 4. All right, Umbriel's coming. Umbriel, the Breaker. Where is he? Where's he going to spawn? Oh, all the way over there. Unlucky. Shadow Priest? Dude, like, rated re-rolled the Shadow Priest just to carry us on Ansarak. He was playing at 15 item level until we forced him to do loads of keys to catch up. Yeah, the Halberd of House Orcus. Pretty cool. Kanaxai the Breaker. I like how the character model of Umbriel is entirely covered just by all of the characters and effects. All the nameplates. Only to full deplete on the kill. Yeah, guys. So I thought this would be really fun, guys. Let's actually maybe do this. So Rated actually sent me his footage. He sent me the footage of his kill. So I was gonna end the stream after we do this Convergence, but guys, what if? Hear me out. What if we did full VOD review of Rated's POV on our Mythic Ansarak kill? Like, maybe that would be good, right? That'd be some good content, right? See, like, full VOD review.
You got me.
It's time.
We've wounded it. Keep up with it, and I'll use
Get the
that
essence.
to give us a little extra
Was it a floor POV? I'm pretty sure it was alive at the end, actually, but apparently just didn't go... It didn't go that... He wasn't able to pump. That does remind me, actually. I do have to do roster review. I am going to do roster review, guys. Prepare yourselves. I will review all players. And I will shit-talk every player who left. That's the really important thing, guys. We're going to get very toxic about everyone who's leaving the roster. Our Feral Druid 20 had enough of our shit, man. Like, wait, actually, okay, so this is what happened. After we killed, he immediately left the guild and the Discord server. Like, instantly. Does he even... Wait, does he have the achievement? How does it work? If you leave the guild, do you even have Hall of Fame anymore? I don't even know how that works. No, okay, you still have it then. Yeah, that would be scuffed, actually, if you couldn't change guild. He didn't leave Discord. Ah, okay. I thought he left Discord as well. You have Cutting Edge, that guild has Hall of Fame, than you do? Ah, okay. Yeah. That makes sense to me. So I can't see my legendary spear. There's too many effects. This sucks. Why did he leave? I mean, I think it wasn't quite as smooth as he was hoping for, and he Basically got an offer to join a better guild, I guess. Unlucky. But I also think he was a bit fed up of our shit. I think he was quite frustrated with the guild's performance. Which, to be honest, I think is actually very unfair. You know, our goal was like world rank 350, and we managed to pull off like 260. So, we actually overperformed. Obviously, it wasn't easy, but that's the way it is. I think we're also a little bit too chill for some people. I think it's actually interesting. I think a lot of people expect a bit more flaming in a way, right? Because we don't really do that. Like, we are typically pretty chill, and I think some people kind of think that. I think there's a slight opinion that we are not harsh enough on people, which maybe is a fair point of criticism. But no, I'm not really sure if I'm super interested in doing that. I'm not really interested in, like, twisting people's arms to play better. If people want to play better, then they'll play better. If they don't, then it is what it is. We just have to kind of deal with it and make it work. But I don't think that's actually a good way to build a... It's not a good way to actually build a guild, right? Like, you need to build a guild on, like, mutual respect. You've got to find people who are on the same page. But to be honest, I think the best way to do that is in between tiers. If people are not on the same page and people aren't performing as well because their hearts aren't in it as much as other people, then to be honest, like, you shouldn't force them to be that way. You should simply replace them, right? Or say like, hey, yeah, like, this is maybe not the guild for you, and that's fair, right? You want to make it amicable. You don't want it to be you don't want it to be hostile, right? I don't think creating a hostile environment is good. Being toxic, maybe we'll play worse. The annoying thing is that no, in my opinion, that being toxic, in my opinion, is annoyingly effective. Like, if you actually... The moments where there have been a brief spike in the guild's performance has been when we have said, listen, guys, focus the fuck up and stop feeding, right? It does work. Flaming does work, unfortunately. Or at least being relatively stern. Maybe like outwardly screaming at people is probably not good. That probably gets people to disengage. But yeah, being a little bit aggressive and calling people out, it is annoyingly effective. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not a big fan of doing it, but it does work. No, I was maybe being a bit mild with what I was saying. I'm not talking about... I'm talking about, like, actually kind of getting a little bit angry. Although, maybe that's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't know. I'm a little bit desensitized to it, guys. I'm from the old internet. I don't really know what people mean by that. But, yeah, being a little bit aggressive is sometimes very effective. Like, a little bit of aggression, a little bit of, like, being forceful and kind of being a little bit toxic, I think, is annoyingly effective. It's annoying because I don't like doing it. I don't really like being bad cop. Like, being bad cop to me is not fun. Like, I'm a little over it. There was a time when I found it fun, but I don't find it fun anymore. I'm old now.
What have you done?
Happened in private? Yeah, and that did happen, actually. Basically, going into our last, well, one of our last raid sessions on Sunday, there was some private communications made. Like, some, like, individualized feedback there. But I don't think it was toxic, but... It is sometimes a little bit frustrating that you have to kind of be a little bit forceful with people and say, like, look, log the fuck in and, like, step up. Like, ideally, people would have, like, the internal motivation to do that. Like, wouldn't need the external motivation.
Pulling us back. I need more Cryptus essence.
Thought you were going to get flamed in private? Why? I don't think you weren't really fucking up. Or I don't think so, anyway. Dude, holy shit. Umbriel just got a lot of kills. He just destroyed. He just obliterated. Do you guys see that? That was monstrous. Vicious, even. I'm gonna go... We need to be a little bit careful. I'm gonna go put some essence in. Because the boss actually does tick quite a lot here. There's a good chunk of damage that is just gonna keep going while we're finishing off these ads. Oh my god, Jester, what is this, bro? Looks like you're dead, dude. Now it's the CC. Easy gold.
Nios is
Huge.
Let's head back. Breathe in some fresh air.
Oh yeah, yeah. MSC did get devoured, but to be fair to him, that was because there was like a macro that had to be figured out, right? He was like shadow stepping back onto Queen Ansarek, I think, and then it like instantly eats you. So yeah. People aren't their fault, then they'll get mad. Yeah, exactly. It has to be accurate flame. You know, it can't be like just, you know, completely random flame. I knew I had to go. I wanted one more eviscerate. Ah, yes. Yeah, I mean, well, you know, that's just like a basic mistake, though. That's not really a big deal in my opinion. Dude, look at that catalyst kind of pumping. Magris, top DPS, I believe, on Reaper. Yeah, I mean, I don't actually have a problem with limit testing, right? Because you do want to get as much damage as possible. You do want to min-max your DPS a bit. And, like, see what you could get away with as a DPS player. How old are you? I'm 33. I'm 28. 28. So getting on a bit now. But, guys, that is going to do it for me. I'm going to raid Lara. Let's go. Who's doing some Final Fantasy, I believe. Go and ask her when she's going to play the Ultimate. I'll be back tomorrow, guys. Or will I? I don't know. But yeah. Wait, Sag? What do you mean Sag? We'll be back. More Guild Wars 2 and WoW content coming up. Very shortly, guys. You get to watch me play DPS in Mythic Plus. Oh, it's going to be fucking glorious. Okay, we are doing the Frost DK arc, the TGP arc, the Snizzle arc. I cannot... Oh, dude, I am just gonna... Dude, Rated is gonna get humiliated, dude. Oh my god. Like, this guy is fucking done. Like, his career is over. Oh my god. Holy shit. This guy. It is Frost. Dude, of course it's Frost. Frost DK. That's the god spec. He's there on it. Dude, this guy's playing Enhanced Shaman. The spec that does literally double the overall of every other spec. And my Frost DK is going to destroy him. Like, perma-breath. Like, breath for the whole fucking key, dude. I'm just going to be breathing the entire key. It's going to be good. We're going to time some fat keys. We're bringing Snizzle into it. It's going to be good. Who's tanking? It's Dogaloof. Dogaloof is tanking. Snizzle healing. So Snizzle's going to be Disc. Me, Frost. Rated Enhance. And probably Melvin Org. But anyway, that's it. GG's, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.